Good evening. The Design Review Board 1 public meeting of January 10th, 2008 is called to order. Please refrain from talking amongst yourselves during the meeting, and please turn off or put on vibrate all cell phones and pagers. If you need to talk, please leave the meeting room. Anyone who wishes to speak, including applicants, is asked to completely fill out one of the speaker's cards provided at the table by the front door and submit it to staff. You will be called to present a case or speak on a specific item as desired. Anyone who wishes to be re-noticed about a project must completely fill out one of the postcards provided at the table by the front door and submit it to staff to receive notice of subsequent meetings. Current DRB agendas are available by calling our DRB hotline at 818-548-3171 or by visiting our website at www.ci.glendale.ca.us. A handout describing the procedures of the meeting, possible board decisions, and DRB reconsideration and appeals is available at the table by the front door. The chairperson may reorder agenda items at his or her discretion. Roll call. Mr. Aliano, absent. Mr. Simonian.
Here.
Mr. Yu.
Here.
Mr. Zarabians.
Here.
Great. Report regarding posting the agenda. The agenda for this meeting was posted on the bulletin board outside of City Hall at or before 5 p.m. on January 3rd of 2008. Next on the agenda is election of a chairperson. That was, or the
Last time we elected a chair pro tem. Was that it, or that was my understanding? But if it's,
I think you need to elect one for.
I'm sorry.
Well, I move to nominate Mr. Zarabians as the chairperson
Okay.
for DRB Board 1.
I second. All right.
Okay.
Next is the review calendar. Staff announcements. I've got a staff announcement. Staff requests that the board reorder 4 agenda items. The first 2 cases at 426 Ivy Street and 1151 Geneva Street, we'd like to be moved to the end of the agenda. And 1410 in Deane's Drive and 3248 Mills Avenue, we'd like to move to the front of the agenda.
Okay.
All right. And then I believe Hassan has one other
Announcement.
staff announcement.
Okay.
Good evening, Mr. Chair. Congratulations, and members of the board. I have the pleasure here to introduce to you Stephanie Reich, our new senior urban designer that we're very happy to have here. Stephanie is going to be playing a significant role in the design review cases, as she will be working very closely with the case planners who will be presenting to you the cases, and will be working with the applicants ahead of the meetings with you, so that the projects, she and the case planner will work together with the applicants so that the projects will be a lot more developed than some of the cases that you may have seen in the past. Stephanie is a licensed architect with more than 15 years of experience in the private sector, prior to working in the public sector. Prior to here, she was the urban designer for the city of Long Beach, and prior to that, as the urban designer for the city of Santa Monica. In both cities, she was instrumental in transforming and streamlining the design review process in those 2 cities. She has been chair of the AIA Los Angeles Urban Design Committee since 2001 and is now on the AIA California Council Urban Design Committee. Stephanie has professional degrees in architecture from Cornell University and a master's degree from SciArc. And she has also taught at Cornell University and Woodbury University, among other places. We're welcoming Stephanie.
Well, welcome, Stephanie. Welcome. We're very happy to have you. Great. Okay.
No other staff announcements at this time. We have nothing on the consent calendar, so we can go to the regular calendar.
Well, first of all, we want to say Happy New Year to all of you, and welcome to Design Review Board number 1. And the very case before us, the very first case is 1 PDR 2007 121A 1410 Andreas Drive. Andreas Drive.
Yes, good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the board. The next case item before you is 1-PDR-2007-121-A, located at 1410 Andenis Drive. The project proposal is to construct a new 1,213 square foot second-story addition to a single-family dwelling unit on a 13,680 square foot lot. The project will include a 292 square foot addition to the first floor, bringing the total habitable floor area to approximately 3,358 square feet. This is the entire set of plans for this project, beginning with the site plan. Some notes on the site that the applicants have 2 existing oak trees, and the city urban forester has reviewed those plans and has already approved them for construction purposes. For that. So that has been reviewed and clear. The applicant has also included the photographic survey on a large set of plans for your benefit as well. The material board is also located on the board. On to some more details. The proposed second-story addition will be stepped back on both east and west elevation. The mass and scale for the proposed addition are respectful to the other homes in the area. Staff has only 3 comments for this project. The design guidelines for the neighborhood and primary focus on mass and scale. This project exceeds the neighborhood floor area ratio approximately 1,000 square feet. However, the subject site is one of the largest lots in the area. Second staff comment, the landscape plan has not been submitted. Staff would recommend a landscape plan to be submitted to complement the new construction. And the third staff comment is the applicant has not specified any the window material proposed for this project. The applicant will verify that and tell the board what he would use right now. That concludes my presentation. I can answer any questions you have.
Mr. Simonian, you have any questions?
I do not have any questions.
Mr. Yu, you have a question?
No, not at this.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
I have only one card. If anyone needs to speak to this project, you need to fill out this card and turn it in. Otherwise, we cannot call you for the project. The first card that I have here, if I can read the handwriting here, is Rachel?
Raphael.
I'm sorry, Raphael. Rafael Quezada? Okay. Please state your name and address for the record.
Rafael Quezada, 787 West Woodbury Road, number 11, Altadena, California 91001.
And you're the owner or?
Designer.
Designer. Okay, go ahead.
I just wanted to clarify that the windows are to match existing, which are wood, so it'll be custom wood windows to match the existing, and the design is respectful of that original federal design.
That's it? Thank you.
Yes, and the landscape, as far as any questions related to that, I don't really need to. I want to clarify that the landscape plan is going to remain as is. There's no plan for any large modification other than addition of some border-type flower beds along the driveway and possibly along the driveway, and replacement of the existing flower beds that are up against the house.
Okay. And as far as the oak trees are concerned, the
Yes.
report and requirements are on the plans.
Yes, and to clarify, one of those is sycamore,
Right.
the one in the front, and the one near the pool is a...
You're aware that you cannot do any construction under the drip line? anymore?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Do you have any questions from the applicant, Mr. Simonian?
I have one question.
Can you please come forward again?
As far as the Woodlands are concerned, it's a sensitive neighborhood, and it's a neighborhood that would like to maintain its smaller scale and massive buildings. I wanted to emphasize the fact that you're putting a second story, and this home is going to be one of the larger homes in the area. And With that, I'm wondering if you've done any massing studies to see how you could perhaps locate the second level in different areas, and to share with us some of your thoughts as far as the mass and size of this proposed home.
Sure. Mr. Simonian, thank you for your question. I wanted to just express that the neighborhood itself has numerous second-story homes. So it's not a precedent setting for this home to take a second floor. The placement of the second floor is the most symmetric and balanced that can be located without creating pop-outs or pop-ups that are not matching. We're trying to keep within the footprint of the existing structure. So you see in the site plan how the second floor is situated more or less in the center, respectful of setbacks for the two side yards, and stepping back in a modulated fashion from the front existing facade.
I noticed that the plans do not clearly portray the location of the property lines. I mean, we have the site plan which locates the home, and then the individual floor plans of the first and second floor are just kind of void. They're just sitting in, in voided space.
I believe in the site plan you'll see setback that are accurate. They were based on a survey that was taken of the property.
Yes, and so with that, on the second floor, have you done any kind of studies as far as locating the second floor farther back, or is there some program attributes that are forcing you perhaps to locate it the way you've located? I want you to elaborate on that, if you would.
What dictates the forward is the roof line and the bearing wall, which is the foundation rising straight from the first floor. That is the most practical, most seismically, and especially now that new CBC code has been adopted, we have more stringent requirement.
Can you come up and locate that wall for us? And I think the pointer is at the corner.
Yes, very good.
There you go. You can see this is the baseline, rises up. This pop-in is kind of a trick of the eye, which we use to try to modulate this so that it would give it a depth and a little more texture visually. Same view here. In these elevations, it's harder to see because the front, these two sides of the house, wings, let's call them, the dining room and the bedroom, pop out, and that establishes this line for us.
Those are existing pop-outs?
Yes.
And then the existing front door is set back, and then you're going to pull that out, or is that going to stay?
It stays.
Stays, okay.
So what we're trying to do is respect, as I say, the footprint of the house. And so when you look at what remains here, this is the front of the house, but we're using this pair of pop-outs to help modulate the facade so that it isn't a sheer wall rising to the sky.
But fact is that you are using the existing foundation
Yes.
to come up with your first exterior
Right.
wall.
And
You are not necessarily set back in the second floor. I mean, at the end, in the conclusion, you seem to have an articulation of maybe 5 or 6 feet, but you're not necessarily setting back from the exterior.
well, visually, yes, we succeed in doing that. We have a setback that is far beyond
Right, I understand.
the limit.
I understand.
So we're not encroaching the front setback in any way. Visually, it fits the neighborhood and makes a good poetry with the rest of the block.
Have you had a chance to meet with the Woodlands Neighborhood Association?
We've met with every neighbor that surrounds, and they're all in agreement that the house should go forward. Project should go forward.
And they've seen the existing plans and
Yes.
elevations and so forth?
Which the absence of those neighbors will attest to. The fact that they're all familiar with it, and they're all on good terms with the project moving forward. Of the Woodlands Association?
I'm sorry, I don't mean to be rude, but you can't have conversation. Thank you very much.
So you have had a chance to meet
Yes.
with the Woodlands Association, they've looked at your plans and so forth, and the overall mass and size of the home.
Yes. It's, what it is, this is the largest lot in that whole neighborhood. And even though it's a few square feet larger than other homes, it's still proportionally smaller than the rest of the homes. So it is not an audacious, but rather a modest addition, which fits the family. No more questions?
Mr. Yu, you have a question from applicant? I have a question for you. What is not very clear for me is that since you're coming up with this new second floor on top of the existing single-story house, and removal of the exterior walls and everything, there's not generally we get some sort of a study to show that we're not removing more than 50% of the existing exterior walls plus the roof area. And it seems to me when I'm looking at the plans, the amount of walls that are being removed, plus just about 70% of the roof that is being removed, if you combine those two together as far as areas are concerned, then it seems to me that is exceeding 50%. So even though if let's say we prove it today and you go forward, you're going to go and spend the money on the structure and so on and so forth, down the line, 6 months later when you're going through plan check, they might not be able to approve it because you have that and you have some non-conformity existing. And
What is non-conforming?
Okay, that's what I'm trying to clarify. Like, for instance, you have a setback. Yeah, you have a setback here that is noting 4 foot and 4.5 inch
That is,
to the north.
yes,
I believe.
actually
To the east.
to the east.
That particular setback, if you might be, losing your non-conforming right to that. And also you have a driveway which is measuring right now 7 foot 6 inches, which is actually needs to be clear 9 feet. You see what I mean? So if it's existing and you're not removing more than 50% of the existing exterior walls combined with the roof, then you won't have that problems along the line. But
Well,
see,
let's look at it in terms of what happens. This whole first floor remains. All these areas are as is and remain. It is true that the portion of the roof where we're bringing the second floor into the first floor has to be removed, but in essence, it is the whole first floor that stands as is. So if we go from that,
well, the way it's depicted on the plans,
there is only one location at the back of the house where this portion right here, which is well behind the setback line, is an addition. There's a rectangle, or I should say a rectangular cube here that is being added to that bedroom.
well, even all the walls that you're adding some segments to your building. There are some exterior portions of the wall that necessarily they're going to be removed because you're coming up with your new rooms and so on and so forth.
Well, they're not going to be removed. We're going to actually probably resheathe some.
Then your plan doesn't accurately depict it. You see what I mean? I mean, it's not clear to me. Where is the new one? Where's the old one? That's what I'm trying to say. See what I'm saying? Anyway, I mean, we cannot, I guess.
That was what I was trying to get at.
Well, if you look at this plan view here, all this remains. This line remains the same on the front. All of this remains. The change occurs right here. This rectangle is added
On the ground floor?
on the ground floor, and the second floor comes up from that.
Okay.
And then this is the existing line of the house, and this is all existing. All this remains the same.
So you have an addition at this corner over here on the
Right.
ground level.
I guess what
Exactly.
the confusion is
And
your
here's the
site
floating,
plan,
yeah. The plans are floating.
Site plan is in this direction, and then suddenly your floor plans are rotated. So if this was to rotate, you will see, because this is actually, this is actually this.
Right.
And it's supposed to be counterclockwise, in other words. So this is the area that you're adding, clearly, right? So these are being removed,
That wall is being removed.
correct? You're not removing anything here.
None.
Okay, so we can say perhaps maybe about 80%, 70% remains, at least. What are these lines here? What are
Oh,
these,
that's-
depicting the second floor?
Yeah, that's placement of the second floor.
Okay.
On a I'd like to ask a question on a different note.
Sure.
Is, your location of the shutters are somewhat
That's
odd.
existing. That's existing, and these are going to match
Yeah, I know, it's pretty.
what exists. This is, if you look at the photograph of the existing house, which is there, you see them, right here.
I see.
So the way these are designed, the shutters do sit on the inside. They have a post at the corner, and it's a mold window that wraps around the corner.
It's always nice to have a shutter on both sides of the window.
Wouldn't it be wonderful? But luckily, we don't have hurricanes here yet.
And you're depicting a window here on the second floor, and your perspective doesn't show one.
Right,
it
that
your
is,
intent to-
by the time this came around, this is going to wind up sheer, and that window may not be there. So,
I see.
engineer has weighed in on some of these issues.
I have no more questions.
Let me ask you another question. Your lot is on kind of a slope?
It's a very minute slope, yes. It's about a 1 foot
we're not talking
difference.
about, we're not talking about this
No,
kind
no,
of slope.
not like that at all. In fact, when you look at the front, here it is.
So maybe
There's
about
a
1.5
slope that drops like 2 feet over here from this point.
So there weren't any variances that you had to fix
None.
to be able to keep that 4 feet, 2.5 inch
None.
setback?
Actually, Mr. Chair, if I may, there's an inconsistency between the reduced set of plans and the large set. It is a 5-foot setback. Believe the applicant has just put 4 foot, 4.5, and it's actually 5 feet where it's supposed to be.
Okay, because we are reading this 4 and a 4.
And I just, I opened the plans myself.
Beg your
and-
pardon.
and-
What happens is, in the reduction, all the scales had to be recalculated, so that is a 5-foot
It's a
setback.
5 foot.
Okay, any other questions? Any other questions?
No.
Thank you very much. You can just leave it there. All right, I don't see any other cards, so we're going to close the public, discussion. And so we're going to go downstairs and discuss the project. Who wants to go first? Mr. Yu, you want to go first?
Sure, I'll go first. Actually, when I first saw the exhibits that we got over the mail before our last meeting, I couldn't make heads or tails out of some of the drawings because some of the lines were all skewed, and I'm glad to see that the exhibits up here are reading much better. I wish we would have gotten them before we, I guess, had a chance to look at it. There's something about the color that throws me off, and then, it's hard for me to kind of get into it. The materials, I think, are fine for the neighborhood. Scale, I would like to see the second floor get reduced a little bit, but, I'm not totally against it. I can see that you're taking, some of the opportunities to try to not flatten out some of the walls. You still maintain some of the pop-outs and some of the character of the existing. I think there's a couple bases, the ones on the sides that are still kind of lacking a little bit. I think they need a little more character. I guess I'll leave it at that for now.
Okay. Mr. Simonian.
Well, this is going to be one of the largest homes in this area, and the drawings that are presented to us are somewhat bare. And it's causing some sort of confusion, at least to me and apparently to some of the board members. What I think would be beneficial is to have these floor plans maybe at an 8 scale with the site plan on there, which will give us well, let us finish our comments, and then I think the chairman will give you some time as a rebuttal at the end.
Okay.
And
I will give you a remote.
And so,
Well, I've given you.
and so if the plans are situated on a site plan, and it's clearly defined between the first floor and then some dashed lines as to where the second floor is, and then setbacks with the property lines. That will help me visualize the overall massing of this property, of this project. As I mentioned, I think the placement of the shutters is odd. I agree that I understand your point. I guess I see your philosophy of following what's existing there. But I think since you're adding a second floor, which is going to be that much more of a prominent of a building, it's really a good idea to put shutters on both sides so they don't just look like fake shutters. They actually have some credence to them. It's going to be a large house, so I think it's important for you to bring some window samples for us to look at so we understand and sign off on that. As far as the color is concerned, I echo some of the comments that were made. I think it is a tad dark, in my opinion. So those are just some of my comments, and I don't think I could support the project the way it is presented today.
Okay. Before I make my comments, why don't I give you a couple of minutes, just 2 minutes, if you had anything to say.
A couple of the questions. It is going to be a house that is a few square feet larger than the other houses in the neighborhood. If you look at the table that was provided, it's not substantial, and it's well within proportion, and still proportionally smaller than other houses in the neighborhood. So I would propose that this project may be an additional burden to the neighborhood, but not visually, and certainly not by the standards of the neighborhood itself. The other issue with respect to changing the design of the windows, the owners requested that we follow the style that exists, and I would respectfully submit that it's acceptable, especially given the notion that what we're trying to do is keep the work to the minimal, where it's going to be required, and changing the whole style of the house is not part of the program. In terms of the 11 by 17 drawings, I'm happy to provide full-scale drawings if that would be helpful to you for visualizing. I know that in reduction, it's kind of difficult to produce plans that were originally drawn in 24 by 36 into a fourth of that size, and I can imagine that it's a little difficult to read that way. But I'm happy to, as I say, provide full-scale drawings in a manner that you'll find easier to see. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Am I missing something? I mean, the difference between this house is 1,000 square feet, right? Not a couple of square feet. Is that?
It's 1,000 square feet larger than the
It's
average.
1,000, right?
It's larger than the average. I guess
And
what
the
the
average.
applicant is saying is that there are existing other houses that are
Okay.
larger than the average, but it's larger than the average 1,000 square. Anyway, so I guess it's my turn to make the comments. I mean, I generally echo the same concerns that my colleagues have. However, I want to appreciate that the applicant has decided to use the finishes and details, anything that is more tuned towards keeping the existing theme going, not necessarily changing the style of the house to a Mediterranean or anything like this, which I think in turn, even the cost-wise, I think is going to help you out a lot. So keeping the same design and features and everything and continuing in that way, I think that's a very good and correct direction. As far as setting the second floor back, since they have a very huge front yard setback, I'm okay basically with that. And then especially when they have this, loggia in front, it helps it a lot. I like it. But the way it is depicted there in the plan, we have loggia area, let's say, hatched. Normally you hatch the area that you're adding. So it's kind of confusing. When it came to me, it was not clear as well what you're trying to do. And so generally speaking, I think you're in a correct direction and right direction. The only thing is that color-wise, I think there's some things that you can tone the colors down and come up with another scheme there. There's also a great fact that you've already contacted your neighbors, and none of them showed up here. This is the only card that I do have, and that speaks a lot. I don't think that we have, we send a notice that timely fashion and everything, so that says a lot, that even your neighbors think that this is fitting correctly in there, in the neighborhood. However, as Mr. Simonian is saying, when you're looking at the numbers, you're seeing that this is a large building. So I guess what the concern is, we want to make sure that what is depicted on the plans, that's what's going to be built there. And since you're coming, if this was a preliminary, it was easy to say, yes, it's a correct direction, let's go on next to the final phase. Since this is a final one, is that we have to come with much more information. You have to have everything depicted, everything already answered. So when we are making the decision and say, we're approving this project, this documentation that goes there and gets documented, that's what they're going to be checking. 6 months later, I may not be here. 2 months later, we might actually not see the plan at all, or the building that is being built. So the burden will be on the staff to check it. So I think there have to be very nice accuracy there. So to me, I still don't think that the project, in a sense, is worthy of returning, per se, for redesign necessarily. Of course, I mean, I have to see what my colleagues are feeling. But I think it's appropriate if we can continue the project. That's what I would say, because for the lack of information. I think just to send the applicant back for 2 or 3 months and work and come back with some other thing, if I see the consensus here, generally speaking, that you're in a correct direction and so on and so forth, I think it would be nice to continue it to a date certain, maybe in a couple of weeks, where you can actually bring those issues and clarify. Instead of you waiting 6 months, you can come back in two weeks and bring those things that we are concerned about. And 50%, the reason I brought it for you, because I'm an architect, I go through this thing all the time. I don't want you to have a headache later on. And the point is that when that happens, you know what you're going to say? You're going to say, if they knew it, then why they have approved the project? That's going to be your statement. And then suddenly city sees himself liable or in a kind of a pressure. It shouldn't be that way. And so if there is a concern that you got to depict that, in all of my projects I depict 50% correctly. What you have to do, and this is for sake of everyone else that they don't know this information, exterior walls, you have to get the perimeter, multiplied by your height, you get the area of the exterior walls, then you calculate the area of the roof, you combine them together, you cannot exceed 50% when you're removing. So that I leave it up to you. You got to kind of show that in your drawings and correctly depict it. So that's what my comments are. And I think the rest of the issues with the details, one thing comment that I have, I see the fascia board that you're using is kind of overpowering and it's kind of heavy. To me, the existing fascia board being, kind of tinier, it's much nicer and serves the design better. I think you have this roof that, although the roof is a kind of a light roof, but suddenly you see this fascia board which is huge. And normally in ranch-style houses or similar houses, you have a certain detail at the end of the overhang or something that really kind of takes care of that. But since we have the existing ones just basically cantilevered outside, you want to, kind of be sensitive more to the width of that fascia board. I think that's going to have an impact on your design when you're looking at it. I don't feel that that's appropriate to have a heavy fascia board outside of it. So that's my comments. And let's move on to make a motion. Is there a motion on the table?
I could make a motion for the project to come back. Oh, I think staff has a comment.
Staff, yes.
Yes, just so that as we're working with the applicant, we can have some clarity as to exactly what information you'll need. What I think we're hearing is a depiction of existing walls and a more clear depiction in the solid line of what is new. What are the other materials that you'll need to properly evaluate?
As Mr. Simonian, I guess, mentioned it, is that once he does that, if he can take this, because these plans are quarter of an inch scale, he can take it to an 8-inch scale, if maybe he has it already, combine it and set it on the site as a site plan with a first floor plan on it, correctly saying which are the existing walls and which walls are going to be removed. And then there is a study which will be included in that sheet that indicates he's not exceeding 50%. As for removing of it. So we have a clear mind, and we say, okay, this is not going to come back to us with major changes. So those are the two ones that I would recommend. And then the applicant has already heard about our concerns about toning down the colors a little bit. So he can come back with the new color scheme if he wants to. He can come back and say, no, I really like these colors, and please reconsider, this is what we're going to have. So there are 3 items I would say that's very important here, that he has to bring it back. And when we are, the reason I said continue the project was because then we're not making a decision on the project pending this information. If there's a lack of information generally, it's good to continue it rather than making a decision of returning for a redesign. That was my direction.
And Mr. Simonian asked for a window sample? Is that right?
Yes, a window sample. In addition, so I think if we had to start from scratch, I would say the floor plan is reduced to 8 scale on a site plan for first and second floor, window samples to portray us the material and colors and so forth, additional color samples, perhaps not such a dark color. As Mr. Zoriabins mentioned, reducing the size of the fascia. I would also suggest having the designer take a look at the shutters. Those things might have just been added along over the years, and they might have not been done methodically. But it would be nice, if you're going to put shutters, the true style of it, of course, and its form, false function, is to cover the window in the case of a storm. And when you only have one shutter, it doesn't serve the purpose. So then one can tell very easily that they're fake and just cosmetic. So it's always nice to have them on both sides, and I would restudy that. And I think, lastly, it's just your columns are just so thin, while your fascia is so thick, your columns are so thin. So those are some things I would take a look at, and I think if you beefed up those columns, reduced the fascia, put the shutters correctly, toned down the color, all of a sudden, you'll take a good design and kind of turn it into something really nice in addition to the neighborhood.
Is there some way that
Well,
We can't have
the
conversations because it's being recorded.
And also
Actually,
we-
get the comments from,
I will provide the applicant with the
they will
comments.
instruct you.
Along the same vein, is that I was just wondering if you can maybe take a look at the windows on the south elevation, just the scale and the placement of them compared to what sort of the existing windows are doing, where maybe these, instead of mimicking more of the patio door, sort of maybe look at scaling it something to like that, more appropriate.
That's
in
a
the
great
back.
point. If you look at it, you have some panels, and then you have some plain windows. It's just
Okay.
haphazard.
Yeah.
Okay, gentlemen, we got to move on. We got 7 other cases, and hopefully a break in between. Is your, just for matter of clarification, is your motion to return for redesign, or is it, are
I
you
think we should
agreeing to continue it?
We should
for that
continue
date
to a
certain?
date certain with
So
those
is that your
comments.
motion?
So should I start all over again? All right. I make a motion to continue the case to a date certain hearing date,
Okay.
and for the applicant to return with the comments
I
that
have all
made
those
earlier.
comments. I do, if I may clarify one comment that I had, Mr. Yu, you directed an elevation that was slightly bare and vacant. Would you like that comment on there or not?
I don't know if it's this one specifically that I'm having a little trouble with. Yeah, I think what it is sort of everything's in shadow, so everything's just dark, and the color of the building blending in with the color of the shadow, and just throwing that whole thing off.
You can make a
If
comment.
you could just show a different one, just make
Yes.
it similar to the others.
You can perhaps include a comment there for Mr. Yu's concern that restudy that particular elevation. Okay? We have a motion on the, do we have a second?
I second.
Okay, roll call, please.
actually, you wanted to continue it to a date certain, what date?
2 weeks later.
2 weeks, the
Yes.
24th?
I think it's enough for them to bring the information.
24th? Okay.
Okay, roll call, please.
That a motion by Mr. Simonian, a second by Mr. Yu. This will be roll call. Mr. Yu?
Yes.
Mr. Simonian?
Yes.
Mr. Zarabians?
Yes.
Motion carries 3-0. Thank you.
Okay. Second case. All right, second case, where's my schedule over here? Okay, that second case is 1 PDR 2007, 124A, 32 48 Mills Avenue. For those of you who came late, we had to reorder cases. Last two cases are switched with the first two cases, so just for your information.
Okay. Good evening, Mr. Chair. Again, the next case item before you is case number 1-PDR-2007-124-A. Actually, these are the plans, correct, right here, and the only plan that's over here is the landscape plan. This is the focus of attention. The project address is located at 3848 Mills Avenue. The applicant is proposing to add a 1,374 square foot addition to an existing 915 square foot single-family home. The lot size is 7,327 square feet. The total proposed habitable floor area for this project will be 2,289 square feet. This project is exempt from CEQA, and the year of the house was built in 1938. The proposed mass and scale conform to the existing architecture. The addition maintains the rhythm and square footage appropriate to the neighborhood. I have the material and pictures of the neighborhood right there. Staff has 4 comments for this project. The homes in the neighborhood range approximately from 1,000 to 2,000 square feet. The proposed square footage will be 2,289 square feet, which will not be the largest house in the neighborhood. The second staff comment, the proposed design has a garage remaining at the front. A different roof style will be introduced with the new addition, along with vinyl windows that will be replaced throughout the home. Third staff comment, the proposed design indicates no major changes to the existing landscape conditions. A landscape plan was provided to complement the new construction. And there is one sycamore tree on site, which is located in the front yard. The applicant will comply with all mitigation measures to ensure the protection of this protected tree. The applicant and homeowner are in the audience. Answer any questions. That completes my presentation.
Okay, so you have a question from staff? No. Mr. Simonian? No. Thank you very much. First card that we have is Annie Williams. Please state your name and address for the record and your relation to the project.
Annie Williams, 1007 Moy Lane, Sunland, California, 1940. I'm the designer on the project.
Thank you.
As you can see, it's a very simple one-story home. It's in an area where there's mostly one-story homes. I think there's 4 that are 2-story. It's one of the last little areas in Glendale. It's very rural, very country. The average setback in those homes is 20-25, although 20 or 25, although this house is set back 33 feet. There are some that are even set even further. It's a simple country home. My client likes the country style. And the landscaping is going to remain pretty much the same. There's the front yard, the lawn, and a sycamore that will stay the same. And in the back, there's mostly fruit trees.
Okay, that's it? Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't see any other card. Is there anyone who wants to speak to this project? No? Okay, we close the public session. We begin discussion. Who wants to go first? Mr. Simonian, you go this time?
Yeah, I don't mind going first. This home is surrounded by one-story homes, and I think the designer wanted to keep the existing one-story house without adding a second story, but wanted to gain the square footage. So the only really thing to do was to push out, and that's what the designer did. I think the overall feel and design is conducive to the surrounding neighborhood. We did not have elevations in our package, but I noticed that the elevations are here, and as I studied them, it seems as though the front elevation, as is labeled, which is the street elevation, very much is compatible with the surrounding neighborhood. In fact, if I just looked at it, one would think it's one of the existing homes that was built a while ago. It's a simple roof, the left and right elevations that are depicted are a little bare, but at the same time, that is the overall feel for the neighborhood. So overall, I support the project. I wanted to get some more information as far as the materials, which were just presented to us. And so I had some questions as far as windows. Are windows going to be
Vinyl.
vinyl, as was indicated? And so we have,
The only thing that actually is going to, the only thing that's, the window that's really going to show from the front, even though it's set back, is a bay window, and that will be wood. And there will be, on each side, will be fence to enclose the backyard. So you really aren't going to see the side windows.
I'm sorry, ma'am, but
Yes.
we need to ask you to come to podium whenever we ask.
Oh, yes,
We
I'm
cannot
sorry.
do this thing. Did
Oh,
you ask a
okay.
question? When we state there is a question, this is the procedure.
Oh,
When
okay.
we ask the applicant to come forward, then you can come forward.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Thanks. Thank you. That's all right.
It's okay.
That's okay. All of us are learning.
so overall, I think the feel of the design is right, it's compatible, the materials are fine, and I think I could support this project.
Okay, Mr. Yu?
I concur. I think the idea of not going to a second floor it makes sense in this neighborhood, and even though I guess the face on the back left side, I guess it would be is pretty single line going back. I know that there is a district well facility on the left of it, so I understand why that was done. And I'd be okay with supporting the project.
Okay, I guess it's my turn. I'm not so enthusiastic about the project, with all due respect to my colleagues. I see a few things that I'm not so convinced about this project, is that I understand the addition is about 60% of it is in the back, and then some maybe 25% is in the front. The problem is a couple of things that I see here. The existing house to the west enjoys a much better setback over here. This project here right now, what we are doing, we're adding another 9 feet on one side, and just about another 6 feet in front of that. So what we are doing, in fact, the applicant is bringing out the project front of the project towards the street. So he's reducing the front setback, and I don't know how we can find this thing uniform, but he's clearly reducing it by 13 or 14 feet. So it might be okay as far as allowable is concerned, but just to have suddenly a project there, and then so we are adding in the front, we're pushing it forward, it just kind of doesn't seem right to me. That's one. Second is that the garage is located in the front right now, and there must be a reason for that. And that's why I'm going to ask the applicant later on to explain that. Second is that on the side, we can see that clearly there's no harmony, there's no design, there's no articulation. We have just a single wall 5 feet away from the property, 80 feet long. And I don't think this area should be looked at it any lesser than any other areas. I think we are here to kind of encourage better designs. I think this is not very thoughtful. Unfortunately, I cannot support the project as it is right now. I think someone needs to explain to me on the sides of the project why we don't have any articulation, why there is no break there, why we have to have that long wall over there. And we know that when we have that wall there, the new and the existing coming together, it's just a lot of questions about that I have. I agree with Mr. Simonian in that the front facade is worked at, and you have a porch there that is kind of tend to be compatible with the other similar projects, but when as you're going inside, the side yards and everything, you just see that there's no design to it. What happens if, let's say, adjacent property does the same thing? We're gonna get this corridor of 10 feet from wall to wall with the property line in between them, 80 feet long. And so you know what, the thing is that to me, just to make a little bit articulation and creating these pockets and everything on the sides, that will enhance the project tremendously. I think to me, you have an opportunity of doing it and you're not doing it. So saying that, I cannot support the project at this time. I just not for the project, and that's it. That's about it. I cannot vote for the project myself. I think.
Mr. Zarabis, are you more concerned about, as it's depicted up there, the left elevation as opposed to the right elevation?
Because the right one does have a little bit of a...
Yes, more on this side. I explained that this is the one. This line over here, as you can see, let me explain on that. Maybe just among us ourselves, we are discussing.
I understand what you're saying.
So this wall over here, I'm concerned about. This is an 80-foot wall, and what I'm saying is if this applicant, let's say, if this house later on decides to do the same thing, and he's going to come back and say, well, you approved this project, why can't I do it that way? So he's going to put another 80-foot wall over here. You're going to have a 10-foot distance over here. It's going to look like a, it's a character. And then these, I'm seeing that all the buildings over here, they have a nice average over here, and suddenly we have popping this one out, popping that one out. The other neighboring project is over here. And when we are taking a garage and actually moving, am I understanding correctly? Are we bringing the garage and putting it in front?
It's farther back right now.
It's already in the front.
It is in front, but it's further back. But we are bringing it more towards the street.
That's correct.
So when you're bringing it to the street, it's just not like it's a 2-foot segment. It's a 20 by 2,400 square feet that we're bringing forward. So if at least this was more articulated and, done more tastefully to me, then one can take a look at it to see actually is this conforming to this. We have the other houses over here, and then this is not so intrusive as far as the setbacks are concerned. Then I think it's more compatible to the surrounding. And that was my.
No, I understand what you're saying regarding the sort of narrow corridor that it creates, but I'm okay with the garage coming out. Being out there is ample space in the front, and it is.
I don't necessarily disagree with that, but I'm just saying that even adds more to this wall.
Right.
So let's say if you're bringing the garage over
another
here.
20 feet basically to the garage.
When you have it 20 feet here, she has an opportunity to set back these walls over here, create pockets more. She can have more articulation on that wall. That wall is just an 80-foot long, 12-foot flat wall. And
Can we ask the...
Actually, can I interject here? Mr. Zarabins, the homeowner had a request to speak, and I just put it up there. I know the public hearing's closed. It's your option whether to call him
I
up or
will
not.
hear the homeowner. I will give opportunity. Please come forward. Please state your name and address and
Hi,
for the record.
My name is Charles Transky at 3248 Mills Avenue, and I'm the homeowner and resident for the current
Thank you.
property. And I just wanted to state on the one side that you're referencing the 80-foot long wall, the neighbor on that side, which actually goes around to the back of the house as well, is the CV Water District. And so, in essence, it really isn't a homeowner that lives there or plans to live there. In fact, the property is separated by a large chain link fence that the district has put up, and that we've actually put some plant covering on. So, as far as the visibility of that wall there, and the reasoning for the current design is partly because of the Water District. Water District, in fact, owns the property next door to that well as well, which is a house that they purchased about 2 years ago. So,
Is that property zoned for residential uses right now or no?
the Water District?
Yes. Yes, it is. I believe it is. So that argument doesn't hold water to me, because what if they decide to sell that property to another people? Some family comes in, wants to buy that property, and now they're coming to us and they're trying to see, we're setting precedence here. If we are doing this thing, then we cannot go and disapprove a next-door neighbor saying that it's okay with us to have that wall there. That's the problem that we're having. And so we cannot judge it this way. We cannot say, okay, for good, the water district is not going to be able to sell this, or they're not going to sell it. Even though it's theirs, they might even come back and request a addition to it on that side also. So that portion of it, I'm not so eased about it. And that was my personal opinion. It doesn't reflect necessarily our collective view, but I am not so convinced about that. And I don't want to. I'm trying to use my words very carefully. I don't want to discriminate between the areas. There might be this particular area has maybe lesser quality houses, perhaps. I don't know. I mean, it might be. But the point is that we're here to kind of improve the area. And I think with the improvement comes a better value for the lot, better value for you, you're the neighbor. I think it's to everyone's advantage that way.
Oh, I agree.
And I appreciated your explaining that to me.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Is that it, or you have anything else to say?
Well, I just wanted to say, the other side is where we have a neighbor, and so we've, I've gone over the plans with her as well as the other neighbors in the area.
Right.
And, we do really think that we're going to enhance the neighborhood by this design. Yeah, could the water district sell that? Yes, they could. But will they? There's
Okay. Thank you very much.
All right,
Thanks. Thank you. All right, we close everything. No. So, there's no discussion?
No, I'd like to actually discuss your points. I think that they're well taken. I see your viewpoint on it. It just, when I was at the site and I was looking at it, just the location of the existing homes, surrounding homes, to the left and to the right, and the proposed design and the way it pops out did not come off as a non-compatible sort of a pop. In other words, even though they're popping out 6 feet and then another few feet on the other side, they still have an overall setback of 32 feet from the street. Now, that might be a little less than the surrounding neighbors, but the overall feel of the design was conducive or compatible, we could say. I mentioned as well in my opening statement that I thought the left elevation is bare. However, because of the adjacent use and because of the adjacent landscaping, because of the existing landscaping, I just didn't feel as though if we provided relief there, if it was going to be that visible from the street. However, a strong argument in my mind was the fact that the applicant is choosing to obtain square footage simply by maintaining a one-story building. And so when you have this kind of a lot, it's going to end up being more or less a square. And so if you want to perhaps stipulate some articulation on the left facade, that's, I think, something we could certainly talk about. It could easily be done with the kitchen or family room being pushed in right past the breakfast room, and that would provide a nice little jog in that elevation, and that's certainly something we could do. But overall, I think the front elevation is done nicely. I think the roof works, and it is a modest area, so it does not have these larger, more expensive constructed homes, and so I think that's something that we need to weigh in, is this is going to be done with a budget. And so that was actually one of the points I did consider. So I guess those are my comments, and I would like to hear yours as well. Maybe we could come up with something here to make it a better design.
No, I mean, I made my comments. I mean, I don't know what else to say. I mean, if you feel that you can perhaps create that articulation on that wall, I mean, you may suggest it. It's okay. But if you feel that it's overall is okay, then we can just leave it the way it is. To me, I think that the house right now just doesn't have that cohesive design features and everything. I mean, we're talking about those long horizontal windows and everything on the rear. I understand you might argue that you say that's in the rear, who's going to see it? But in any way, I mean, it just, there's so many things, little things like that on the project itself that it's just, what we are doing, I understand, I appreciate the fact that they don't want to go on the second floor. It could be that they recognize first story being a better solution, or it might not. Maybe it's the cost consideration they don't want to go to second floor. That I don't know. But to me, just to, these houses are created with pockets, and you know it. You're an architect yourself, you know. There are pockets that are, they've created there for some use. I mean, there were some setbacks and everything, articulations and so on. Now, suddenly, when we're coming, you want to add, we can't just take a straight line and just run over there and then cover all of those that it meant to be there in the original design.
Well, I mean,
So-
what I'm suggesting is in order to move things along, we could say that this part of the adjacent building is currently popping out, and we could echo that and create a nice little jog here as well, which could easily be done with the family room moving in a few feet, or maybe a few feet with the family room and 1 foot with the kitchen or so, which would create nice little articulation there. And so therefore, it would make this setback more of a predominant setback, which I think is what you're going after. And if there's some details, we could provide some direction to them with either some comments for staff to follow up on, or to have them come back. But overall, I think the front elevation and the roof I'm happy with, and I'll be glad to go along with any suggestions as far as creating some relief here and some other things.
Is that something that you, or do you see it as an overall that needs to maybe reworked?
Well, the point is that whatever we touch here, let's say, for instance, I'm not necessarily thinking that let's do this, but I mean, there are certain things that you can do to the center of this wall.
Breakfast room area.
Yeah, there are breakfast room areas, such as this one here. There could have been a break over here. There's a break on the roof over here. This is a new roof that they're putting on this side. Right. So I mean, it's their option what to do with it. And to me, like, we are removing fireplace, we're removing the exterior walls over here. That entire roof is going to be gone. Practically, the first existing house, I mean, not much of it is going to remain. It's already the way it is. It's a small house. So I don't know. I mean, what do you think, Mr. Yu?
I'm okay with the way it is. I think that the small things that you're talking about, playing around with the plane of the side of it, would definitely break up the mass and would enhance the. But I don't think it's that strong, I guess, for me, that it needs to come back redesigned for that. I'm okay with the front coming back out, being out at the side. I think there's enough room out there. I would say let's try to get this maybe approved with some conditions that would satisfy with what you're talking about.
Well, I mean, it's not fair to the applicant also. He's got already 2 votes for the project. I'm not necessarily want to kind of sway your thinking. I mean, if you guys are overall happy with whatever it is, you can go.
Well, by all means, we could add a few conditions to it. As far as the welcome in, we could mark it up, and I think what we're saying is we'll be glad to go along with that.
Because it's not like we disagree with those points.
Yeah.
We just. I guess the question is, would that be enough to get your vote, or is that just?
Let's just vote on it. That's fine. Let's just vote on it. I mean,
With some of those conditions?
I say let's add some of those conditions.
Is there a motion?
no, I guess no. You want to?
You wanna go ahead and
I'll make the motion, that's fine.
Oh, you want to make a motion? Okay.
Let's make a motion to, I guess, approve the project with the conditions of restarting some of the, playing with the planes of that side to make sure that it has sort of the same meandering characters of the other side.
Understand that left elevation?
Yeah, to break up the mass of that.
Okay.
Are you clear with that, Gabe?
Yes, that being the only condition? Okay. I have a motion on the floor.
I'll second it.
A second by Mr. Simonian. This will be roll call. Mr. Yu?
Yes.
Mr. Simonian?
Yes.
Mr. Zarabians?
No.
Motion carries 2-1. Thank you.
Okay.
And that was to approve the project with conditions, right?
Yes. Okay, so let's move on. to the next project.
Which is
Next
Hillcrest.
case, yes.
Because it's the third one, because the first two got moved back.
Exactly. It's a little complicated today, but... So the next case that is before us is 1 PDR 2007, 116-A, 1401 Hillcrest Avenue.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Next case number is 1 PDR-2007-116-A, located at 1401 Hillcrest Avenue. It is a corner lot located at the corner of Hillcrest and Olmsted Drive. The applicant is proposing to add 1,291.7 square feet of living area to an existing 1,198 square foot of house. It is a single-story house, and the applicant is proposing to maintain it. Also, along with the proposal of the addition, applicant is also proposing to demolish the existing 400 square foot garage and replace it with a 500 square foot garage detached that will be tucked in the corner of northwest to make room for the addition. It is in the R1 zone, and also I would like to mention that I have received some phone calls from the neighbors, and I would like to just hand you the letters that I received from a neighbor next door, 1405 Hillcrest. She couldn't make it. She lives out of state, and she emailed me the letter.
Is 1405 to the east or west of this property?
North, I think.
Oh, north. Okay.
Sort of northish, yes. It is in the Glenwood neighborhood, where the average home sizes range from 1,400 to 2,500 square feet, and the FARs range from .15 to .35. The proposed house will have .29 of FAR of .29 and a total square footage of 2,489.7 square feet. It is, staff believes that FAR is over the design guideline recommendations, but the overall square footage of the house is still within the acceptable square footage. And the proposed project will end up resulting in demolishment of 63% of the existing house, and it will be looked at as a brand new construction, so everything will have to meet code, and that is why one of the reasons the bay window will be removed, because it will be encroaching in the setback area, so the applicant has agreed to remove the bay window. Other than that, the project is code compliant, and the applicant is in the audience, along with the owner, and I will also be available for questions if you have any.
And is there a material board besides that?
This would be the material. Also, if I may add, the garage that will be located detached, actually, will have access from Olmsted Avenue instead of Hillcrest.
Yes.
Or I should say Olmsted Drive.
Using the existing curb cut?
There is an existing, yes. Because there's an existing garage, they will be removing and getting it closer to the property line.
But when you say it's existing, is it in the same location that it's
driveway
going to allow the driveway or no?
I will let the applicant address it.
Okay.
I think it's being moved.
Okay. All right. Any questions, Mr. Simonian, from
From
staff?
staff? No.
To you? Okay. Thank you very much. The only card that I have for this project is from Dia Gerges.
Hi.
Okay. Please state your name and address for the record and the relation to the project.
Yeah, Dia Gerges, 1320 Street, Manhattan Beach. I'm the designer for the project.
Okay. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, the project is an existing single-family dwelling where the owner, the house is about 1,200 square feet existing, and the owners wanted to remodel for a larger house, and instead of demolishing the house and starting all over, they wanted to remodel the existing We're demolishing a portion of the existing, and we're doing an addition to the side of the house. The garage is being relocated to the side, to the back corner of the lot. Approximately, it is in the same area of the lot where it was before. The driveway also is being relocated approximately in the same area. I would say maybe 20 feet to, or maybe 15 feet to the west of this old location. The front yard is quite large, 35 feet, but that portion of the house was the best area of the house that we wanted to keep, and this is where we located the bedrooms. We relocated the front entry to the side street, and then we made the living room, dining room, and family room to the side, and this is where the access to the side yard.
And the overall material for the building is stucco?
Yes. The colors are a little bit dark here. I think they wouldn't be that dark in...
Do you have any actual paint chips and so forth of the color?
I think...
Or is this all you have?
This is all I have. Okay.
You need to speak into the microphone. Yes. Thank you.
The colors would be the same tones, but maybe a little bit lighter color than this.
Is there any particular reason why you've completely turned away from the east elevation, which is Hillside Avenue, and focused primarily on Olmsted?
Because of the layout. Because of the layout of that was the living room in the past, and that was a small room, and to be able to expand the house, and the location of the rear yard being on the lot. If you look at the rear yard is the other end of the lot, and to be able to locate the bedroom and so on, either we're going to go to the second story, or we would be able to have to demolish the house. That master bedroom used to be the living room in the past. So
The
front,
master bedroom used to be, okay.
and that what the front door was right there. So in order to save that and not go to a second story solution, we didn't want to go to a second story solution.
You actually entered from the middle, so you can cut down your circulation.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
To cut down cost and not to deal with volume and so
The
on.
reason I'm saying this thing is that virtually, this is a brand-new building, as you know it, technically and in
Correct.
fact is a brand-new building. So the argument of we're trying to keep this wall or this window, we like it or something, normally it just doesn't go with the argument itself, you see what I'm saying? Because it's a brand-new building. So you can do, whatever you wish to do it there.
We're
as long as it's
demolishing
appropriate.
63% of the existing, and we're over 50%.
Right, correct.
We have no issue with non-conforming setbacks.
No, I understand. I'm just saying it's a brand-new building.
Structurally, that old portion of the building is still staying, and we would be able to use that portion of the building that's existing.
Frame or
Structurally,
foundation? Frame or foundation?
both. That portion, the bedrooms 2 and 3, and the bathroom in between, the kids' bathroom are in good condition and they can be used as is.
I understand that, but what I'm trying to say, technically, it goes and is classified as a brand-new building.
Sure.
In other words, you are going over 50%.
Right.
So the argument, what I'm saying is, let's keep this bathroom, it's your doing and your
My decision,
selection.
yes. Right.
But what I'm trying to say, we are looking at it in a different way. We're looking at it as a brand-new building. We're looking at the potential of the site, how it's located, and you know what I'm saying? So we're looking at it as a brand-new building. What if that particular bedroom that you're trying to keep, let's say, if it's going to affect the design in a way, we have a problem with that. You see what I mean? Because you cannot force it anymore. If you say we're not demolishing more than 50% and we're keeping the existing building, that's a different issue. I can always say it's an existing building, we're adding to it. But right now, it's a brand-new building. That's what I'm saying.
In order to succeed to keep this 2,500 square foot house as one story, either you're going to have a very linear building, you'd enter.
I know, I understand that. I'm not arguing the way you've done it, I mean, as far as entering it.
I think what we're trying to hone in on to get your thought process is the fact that this is a very unique site. It's located on the northwest corner of Hillside Avenue in Olmsted.
Right.
And directly across the street from Olmsted is Hoover High School and a football track. And so what you've done is you've taken the whole house and positioned it where it is entered and overlooks onto the football field. And
Right.
you've completely turned your back on Hillside Avenue, which is a very nice residential street that has homes going in and out and is very defined. And so when we're asking as to why you did that, your rebuttal is the fact that the existing layout of the buildings and the home forced me in that direction. And what Mr. Zoramins is pointing out is that it seems as though the only wall you're really maintaining from the existing building is bedroom number 2 as depicted in your drawings and the bathroom just west of it, which, as one would say, is only 10 to 12% of the walls of this building. So hence the misunderstanding here. And we realize that, you know, you're trying to limit it to one story, but that was my question directly, is why turn your back on Hillside Avenue?
If I want to stay one story.
And there's a letter here from one of the neighbors. It's from Sarah Rice, and she's wondering about the fence directly on the northern property line between this property and the property to the north. What do you plan on doing there, just for the record? Because she's out of town, and so she's going to be reviewing
Maintain
it. Is it just going to be a 6-foot wood fence, or what kind of material is it going to be?
We were planning to maintain it.
What is the existing right now?
Block wall.
A 6-foot, 5-foot block wall?
If you need to speak, you have to come forward and fill up a card.
And so she's wondering if there's going to be a 6-foot fence on top of the existing block wall. That is her question. And
We'll give you time. I'll give you time.
and of course,
I
there's some
think
code
there's a
limits
height
that-
limit
Correct.
of 6-foot fence, and a 6-foot block wall fence is probably the maximum height limit that we would allow. And if it's existing, we will maintain it, of course.
And so
I
you're-
don't think we would be able to have a 12-foot fence anywhere.
That we need to clarify in our comments and make sure that's documented, so.
Right.
Anything else you have to say?
That's all.
Do you have any questions?
I just have a question. Can you kind of walk me through your rationale on how you've articulated some of the windows versus walls and thickness of the walls versus some of the other walls?
We wanted to keep the front facade at the same elevation, and at some point, we were over area, and we had to set back that floor area, and we chose to keep that front line, maintaining the existing front elevation while maintaining that front line without having floor area, but to want to articulate that front elevation.
And for the record, is the street that runs north-south Hillside, as you've indicated, or Hillcrest?
Hillcrest.
Hillcrest, okay.
It says hillside on the plans, that's the...
My
Okay.
mistake.
Sorry.
Okay. Well, I have no more questions.
Any more
for now.
questions, Mr. Yu?
No, I'm okay. No more
Okay,
questions.
thank you very much.
Thank you.
I have another card here. And please, if anyone needs to speak, you need to turn in your cards early in the game so we can move to call you. Anyway, Sameh Nicola, please. Please state your name and address for the record.
Sam Nicola, 1401 Hillcrest Avenue, Glendale.
Okay?
Yeah, the block wall is about 6 feet or 5 feet, and we are maintaining it the same. We're not going to change anything with the block wall.
And you're not going to add anything on top of it?
No, there is no reason to do that.
Well, the letter says that in the legend it's stating that there will be a wall or something. So she must have thought, or rather, he must have thought that, or
There was
whoever, I
something
don't
on
know.
top of it?
Yeah, they're removing or proposing new. So there's an existing block wall, and
Yeah.
you're going to retain it. You're
Everything
not going to
is
touch
beautiful.
that.
No.
Okay, that's the answer.
Okay.
Is you satisfied?
Yeah, that's good. And I think that will, answer some of the questions as well.
Okay, any questions from the
No,
owner?
I don't.
Thank you very much. Okay. And that was the last card for the project, so we close the public portion of it, and so let's discuss amongst ourselves. Who wants to go first? You went first, or you can go
I think
first
I'm
if you. You're up.
I think we've
Go
gone
ahead.
back and forth.
Oh, okay, that's
you
it.
can go.
You guys know it.
It's hard for me to see on the elevations sort of what the true nature of what some of the facades are going to look like. The material board doesn't help me to be able to make that decision either. I guess I would try to push to maybe try to get elevations that are a little more accurate, even if it takes pencil or color pencil or something. Because sometimes when you're working with computer renderings, unless you take it to a point where it either depicts reality or it kind of creates a view, it's very hard to see, especially when it's in shadow and everything's dark.
We have no material boards, really.
Right, and it's hard to see sort of the depth of what the faces are. Regarding, I guess you did answer the question about why on sort of the left side of the house, there's these recessed window areas with arches that are created, and on the right side they're not, and it's because you're saying that you wanted to reduce square footage, but you got to a point. I don't know if that solution is really working. It kind of splits the house into three different sides. There's sort of the left of the tower, right of the tower, and then there's the front side, and it's not coming together very well. So I think I need more information on this project before I can. I guess before I could approve it.
And as far as the layout is concerned?
I'm okay with them turning it. I mean, it is up to them if they want to keep part of the house. That's a decision that's made between the designer and the homeowner. But you're right, it is something, it's a little peculiar that you're keeping this little portion and kind of hanging on to it, where if you did sort of take that step and make it a whole new house, you have sort of the free reign of where you want to put everything, so.
And it is a corner home.
Right, so take advantage of the corner instead of turning on it.
Yeah, exactly. One would think that you want to keep the bedroom on the less private side and a less noisy side, and so on and so forth. But right now, because of keeping those two bedrooms, it's kind of forcing it. Okay, that's it?
That's it, yeah.
Okay, Mr. Simonian.
I don't live too far from this house, and in fact, I walk by it a few times a week because I go running at the high school across the way. And this street is a busy street. I mean, Olmsted is a busy street. All the high school kids drive by, and they're going very fast. And so it is a busy street, and it's a house that's going to be seen by many people many times every day. It's also a corner home, and it's also a home that's located in a district and in a neighborhood, such as the Glenwood neighborhood, that is well preserved, and it has a lot of history to it. And a lot of the homes along streets have negative and positive spaces along the driveways, along the entrances. So there's a distinct feel to separation of homes and positive and negative space, and also the friendliness of the homes as far as their relationship is to the streets are concerned. And I think with this design, the biggest problem that I think it portrays to the neighborhood and to the surrounding fabric is that it's turning its back on Hillcrest, which is a very pedestrian-friendly street, and it's directing its focus really on Olmsted and overlooking the football field. And so massing-wise and location-wise of these bedrooms, which are at the corner, as far as privacy is concerned, I just don't think it's a good idea. If you plan on living there, even with all that noise and everything, you don't want your bedrooms right there. And so I have a problem with the overall location and the layout as far as the design is concerned. And then the overall look of the house and the overall feel of the design, I don't think is very conducive or compatible with the surrounding neighborhood as well. I mean, it's funny how the designer stated that he's from the beach area, and that's exactly what it looks like. It looks like something from Manhattan Beach or Hermosa Beach, but it's not Glendale. And so, and I have a problem with that as well, and I think once it's built, the neighbors will have an issue with it as well, because it's too loud of a design. That center tower that comes up and has the stone veneer that goes all the way up is so predominant, as Mr. Yu pointed out. It divides the design into a couple of sections. And so with all those factors coupled together, I think this project could certainly improve with some serious modifications.
That to you, it will start with laying out in a different way. Okay, what else? Do you have any?
Well, that's the big picture, as far as the material and the facade and the stucco feel to it, and I think once we carve those out and massage those and come up with a conducive design, then we could worry about some of the details. So perhaps I won't even take time to go into them. If the board wants me to, I can make some comments, but I think just the overall layout is not correct.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Yu.
I think I would just add also on the part that's facing the neighbors that wrote in with the letter. That's sort of with the parapet that's facing them, kind of creates sort of the highest condition of the house, except for the tower, sort of on the neighbor side. Where on all three other sides, you sort of have a garage on one side, you have the corner. And so I would say relook at that and try to make that a little more, I guess maybe mimic some of the other roofs that you already have going to bring it back down to a scale to the neighbor. And unify your windows throughout the house and how they're treated.
Okay, that's it?
That's it.
Yeah, I agree with my colleagues. I think the solution that we see here, it's a interesting solution. I think you have a very long property, and I can understand why the designer has done this thing. Setting aside the fact that he's trying to keep some portion of the house. I think it's very interesting to come and to see this thing instead of having this long corridor entering from the narrow side of it, which he's going to lose so much space and all. I think it's more efficient to enter while you're seeing in front of you a patio with a landscape, grotto or something there, which is nice. However, the very fact that you're saying is on the other side is a more residential look, and this entrance is facing more of a noisy area. It's something to look at. I think when I'm looking at it, I mean, it can be done. There's nothing that it cannot be done.
If he just simply mirrors it, he accomplishes what
if
he's
he mirrors
trying to
it,
do.
and then you come from this side, maybe into a courtyard or something, and then gradually you come in or something, it could be done. And we leave it up to him. In other words, the designer has the option where to enter it or something. We're just basically making you aware of what we're thinking and what we see here. To me, the areas like such as kitchen is looking to the neighbors, where the kitchen can actually be aware of the street, the pedestrian walk. Your bedrooms are towards the noisy part of it. That could be relocated. So I can see Mr. Simonian's point as far as redesigning and redoing the layout in a sense that if we are keeping more, if we have more sensitivity towards these areas as it sits in this corner neighborhood property, I think then that will do the job. I think right now, the way it is, it's kind of difficult to approve it. And I will just make a couple of other comments. One of the neighbors, and the same neighbor was concerned about the tower, and he's trying to kind of explain it. It was very difficult for him to explain it, but it seems to me that the center portion of it is more of a contemporary style. When you're coming in, you want to see it in a more modern buildings rather than this type of the buildings. And right now, I think the general intention of the designer is to take this thing toward more of a Spanish style, where it's not cutting it. I think the materials, the details, is not there. It has to be really consistent throughout. Well, as far as, just a small example, the windows that you're putting there, the breakup on top of the windows is more of a craftsman windows.
Mm-hmm.
They don't belong to this style. So I think I see some of the deep window that you have there is for the powder room. That's nice, that is kind of deep. But yet again, I mean, you have doors that are kind of belong to a different era. So I think that he needs to look at and decide what style of the house he's going to be doing this thing on, and then appropriately lay it out and say, okay, I want to have this courtyard here, I want to have this thing there, and so on and so forth. So I think it's not only the layout, but I don't see even the intent in the design being so cohesive with it. So I think he should look at all of that. Especially the tower needs to be redesigned, and specifically both sides of the tower somehow they have to relate to one another. You cannot have just a bathroom window on one side, and then suddenly on the other side you have a loggia, which is not a loggia. It's just basically a deep treatment there. So I think there are lots can be done to the project to improve it, and it's to the benefit of the neighborhood and the applicant and the city. So are we ready to move? Is there a motion on the table? Is there a motion? Yes. A comment from...
Yes, because we would like to work with the applicant, we want to make certain that we understand very clearly your points. So what we heard from you is about the layout, but what we're also hearing is that the entry could be located on either street, that there needs to be a sense of openness to Hillcrest. So is that correct?
And I think my biggest issue with it, and I think what's a detriment of the design, is that this project totally turns its back on Hillcrest. It's ignoring Hillcrest, and it's absolutely focusing on Olmsted. And with a corner home, especially a predominant location such as this, both elevations should be designed accordingly.
Yeah.
So we heard the suggestion to flip the public parts of the house, but I guess what we're wondering is if that is required, or would more openness towards Hillcrest be sufficient?
Yeah, let me explain. I will try to. Go ahead. One of the things that we're trying to avoid, if we are specifying certain things and adamantly looking for that, sometimes it's to the detriment of the project, because the client, if we say for sure it has to be from Hillcrest side, and the applicant comes back with a layout that doesn't work, and he's got a point there, he's going to say, you forced me to go to that side, and it's not working. I think what is lacking here, and as Mr. Simonian and Mr. Yu also elaborated on that, is that we don't see a kind of a study initiated here. There's no sensitivity as far as that's concerned. He asked the applicant why it was done this way. So we're not satisfied with the answer. We'd like to see some sort of a vignette or sketches or something that would depict it. What would happen if we have the entrance from the Hillcrest side, and we already know what's going to happen when we have the entrance on the other street. So I guess what we want him to do is to show us in sketch form, what would happen if the way we prefer to have the entrance from Hillcrest, but not necessarily. I don't think that's going to be a condition, right? Because we don't know how it's going to be affecting the design. When it comes back, if you see that long corridor over there and it's not working out, then there is an issue there. So I think what we want to see is that we want to say that we want to have the building redesigned. He's got to look at the style of the building. It needs to be cohesive and coherent as far as the details even is depicting, because he's requesting for a final approval. If this came with a preliminary, we can give him a lot of direction and say, move on, and we'll see the finished product. But he's come with a final. When we come with a final, we got to have all these details worked out. So the design is an issue. The layout of the building is an issue, so he can come up with a couple of vignettes with us. If next time, for instance, he submits the plans and he comes back with a lot of studies and we could convince that this is the best solution, then we have no problem of continuing, let's say, a couple of weeks later and get finalize the plans and approve it. You see what I mean? We don't necessarily have to send it redesigned. What I'm afraid of, and we've seen it here many times, is that we're going to send this project back, and he's going to come back with a full finished product, and he spent the time and everything there, but still is not the answer. Why? Because what is lacking is the study there. But nevertheless, since I think that the staff is closely going to be working with them, our concerns already are known. We're saying that we prefer to have the entrance from Hillcrest, but if that turns out to be not working, still he can have the entrance from this side. It's not mandatory. But the layout, the way we are seeing, it's a very simple solution, a quick solution to us. I think he needs to rethink the whole, layout first and choose a style
that's conducive.
And so it is basically he has to come up with the details that relate to that particular design and stay really consistent throughout.
And then, Mr., you had asked for more information on the elevations, so...
I think that the elevations there, along with the board, are not helping the project.
So more information on the materials themselves?
We want to see actual materials. Yeah.
Okay.
Actual color
material
chips.
board.
We want to see...
The material board is lacking?
Then, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And the colors more similarly, I guess, or if that is the actual color, the elevation and the color materials should sort of correspond or, be similar in a sense.
Okay, thank you.
For example, the perspective, I think, does a really good job
Yeah.
of portraying to us what this building might look like, whereas in the two-dimensional drawings are very flat and pixely, so it's a detriment to the project, as Mr. Yu was
I
pointing
think
out.
so.
Okay, all right. So, no, I think we have discussed enough already. Is there a motion on the?
You want to make one?
Could make a motion. I think I would like to make a motion for the project to come back for redesign.
Okay, do we have a second?
I second the motion.
All right, this will be a roll call. Mr. Yu?
Yes.
Mr. Simonian?
Yes.
Mr. Zorobian?
Yes.
Motion passes 3-0.
Okay, we'll move on to next case. Next case is case 1 PDR 2007-140A, 1234 Irving Avenue.
Located at 1234 Irving Avenue, applicant is proposing to construct a 1,851.9 square foot of house, a two-story single-family house with a approximately 500 square foot of garage in the back, which will have an access from the alleyway. Let me push it towards you. Of that, 1,852 square foot, 990.5 square feet will be on the first floor, and 861.4 square feet will be on the second floor. The project is exempt from CEQA, and it is being heard for the first time for final review. It is located in the Glendale neighborhood, which generally consists of Spanish colonial revival and period homes, and the square footage is average from anywhere from 1,300 to 2,500 square feet, with the FAR of 0.14 to 0.22. Also, I would like to mention for the record that currently the existing house has been demolished without a permit. That was the previous owner had a DRB exemption to do an addition, and he ended up demolishing more than he should have, and received letters from the neighborhood services, which I have copies of. And the new owner got also letters from the neighborhood services saying that the lot should be cleared, it's an eyesore, and there's a lot of debris. And it has been completely demolished without a permit, and the owner will be required to get a permit of demolishing before they can get any construction permits.
Is it the same owner or a different owner?
Different owner. The new owner bought it already
Demolished.
demolished, not entirely, but it was torn down to its frame.
And it was no permit for it issued?
No, the previous owner did not pull a permit before they demolished it. These are copies of the letters just for you to look at if you want to.
How is that going to affect the recycling program and everything that at the end they have to put together?
I would not be able to answer that question. I also have a material board that was just given to me by the applicant. I also would like to mention that there will be approximately 438.12 square feet of porch area distributed throughout the site, of which about 71 square feet will be behind the garage. Let me jump to the conclusions. The design is consistent with the architectural style of the neighborhood. There are mixes of 1 and 2 stories in the neighborhood. Even though the FAR is greater than recommended by the design guidelines, staff believes that the difference is within the acceptable range. And the proposed project is code compliant. The applicant is in the audience. If you have any questions, I also will be available to answer.
Do you have any questions, Mr. Simon, from staff?
No, my only question was if it's a different owner that had demolished it. And that
Yes,
is
the
currently
previous
on.
owner they had a DRB exemption. They were going to do 630 square feet of addition, but they ended up taking down walls they should not have, and went into foreclosure, I think, and sold the place.
All right. Okay, so you? No questions. Thank you very much. Mr. Alcopian, please state your name for the record and address.
My name is Edward Hagobian, and I'm the architect of this project. My address is 220 South Franklin Street, Suite 210, Glendale, 91405. Yes, the previous owner had a permit, but not to demolish the whole house. He was supposed to make an addition, and he demolished the whole wall, so they told him that this is a new house. So to make a long story short, he went to foreclosure, and there is a new buyer who designed this house. I have done this very similar project, one street to the west of this, which is a very successful project because even though that the width of this project is 40 feet, which is a very difficult lot to design, luckily they have an alley on the back that we can have the garage entering from the rear, so that we can have the after the setback of 6 feet from each side, we have about 38 feet only narrow frontage to design this house. And the good thing about this house, according to my understanding, is that we don't enter from the front, because if we enter from the front, then a portion of this front will be under traffic and no room facing the landscaping in front, and it shortcuts to enter to the house, and from there you go to the kitchen or family room or upstairs or the bathroom. One of the good features, according to my understanding, is even though that is a small lot and I mean the width is very narrow, we have at least an outdoor seating on the back that is covered from the sun and the rain, and it's a good feature for a house like this. Before I forget, we have two options of the windows. One is the option of the plan. One is the option of the elevation with difference in frame around the windows. If you look in the plans, we don't have the frames around the windows. We did these two options so that we can decide which option you like better. Overall, as you see, we have articulations. We have setback of the second floor in the front. We have a huge setback on there. The style is Spanish style with the quality construction, quality materials like a clay tile and nice railings and nice landscaping. By the way, we had a meeting with the neighbors on the south side of our property, which they are here now, and they wanted us to flip the garage to the other side. And I have a site plan showing that change. They had three requests, and we have done all of those three. One was to flip the garage. I would like to see if you can...
Can staff pin this on the wall, please? Can you give it to the staff?
The second thing that they wanted us to do, to put a note that there will be, since the entrance is from the side, in their side, there will be no lighting or spilling to their property, which I put a note there. And one more request, they wanted to close that balcony that is facing their side, which I added to the elevation on that side. So that side will be closed, so nobody will be able to overlook to that property. And they have fourth request to, instead of having a concrete block wall around the property, to have something that is not going to damage the roots of their landscaping, which will be something lightweight like a wood fence. Do I have time to speak?
Please conclude. Sorry.
Well, size-wise, this is the 8th biggest house in that 300-foot radius, number 8. So there are 7 more houses that are bigger than this. Lot coverage, this is the 3rd. So we have 1, 2, this is 3rd. The floor area ratio, this is the 4th. And that's all I can say. We have no variances to be filed, no code violations. And we have, I believe, enough articulation, setback, and that's it.
Okay, thank you. You will have a chance to rebuttal.
Okay.
Thank you very much. There are some cards which I'm going to have to call.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I have a card here. Mickey Conrad, please. If you can hand it to staff, I would really appreciate it. They will distribute it. Thank you very much. Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Mickey Conrad, 1232 Irving Avenue, Glendale.
And Ms. Conrad, can you lower that microphone a little bit? Because it needs to be recorded.
Growing up.
Yes, that's fine.
Should I start again?
No, that's fine. Go ahead.
Okay. And I'm going to read my notes because I have a lot to say in a little time. My name is Mickey Conrad. My family and I live at 1232 Irving, which is immediately southwest of the subject property. The photographs we would like to have you view help illustrate our concerns. Our first is about the style of the house. Pictures 1 and 2 show the house that is identical to this proposed house. This house is 300 feet away from us on Thompson Avenue, so we are very familiar with it. The photographs show the reality of how this proposed house will look if built on our block, where the lots are only 40 feet wide and almost all the homes are one-story homes. In our opinion, this house does not look like a Spanish Revival house in northwest Glendale. It looks more like a neo-Mediterranean condo, and this house does not blend in with the others on this block.
What we have?
Our greatest concern is privacy impacts. The front door of the house has been placed on the southwest side of the house. This means people using this entrance will be walking along the side of our house. In photo 4 of the house on Thompson, you can see the side yard with the walkway to the front door. There is no effective landscape screening in the side yard, and therefore no privacy. The placement of the front door means that the side yard is no longer functioning as a side yard. The side yards are supposed to act as a buffer where landscape screening can be placed to provide for a sense of privacy. Photos 10 and 12 show a man standing where the walkway would be, and he can easily see over the fence and inside our house. We appreciate that the proposed house does not have large windows on the side facing us. However, we believe the applicant should take greater responsibility in mitigating the negative impact on our privacy. We are requesting that a landscape plan by a licensed landscape architect be done so that effective landscape screening can be designed. Another concern is the second-floor balcony at the rear of the house in photo 7. This is a picture of the balcony on the identical house on Thompson. From this balcony, our entire backyard would be visible and our privacy will be violated. We reached a compromise with Mr. Gopian that the side of the balcony closest to our yard would be screened with a solid wall. However, we still prefer that the balcony be eliminated. This house already has 5 other covered porches. And our third area of concern is the potential for damage to our trees and shrubs during construction. Our trees and shrubs are close to the property line. 13 and 14 shows our bottle brush tree, which is at this point over 25 years old. Our trees and shrubs are the only landscape screening that currently exists between the 2 properties. We have retained the services of a consulting arborist who evaluated the situation and made these recommendations. If the applicant wishes to build a wall or fence next to the property line, exploratory excavation near our shrubs and trees should be done first to determine the root structure that is present. When digging underground to install utilities or irrigation pipes, any roots 1.5 inches or larger should not be severed. Instead, the pipe should be placed below the roots. We believe the applicant has an obligation to follow the recommendations of the consulting arborist. We believe this applicant has chosen to build a 2-story house in a predominantly 1-story neighborhood. We believe this because it is our trees and our shrubs that will be providing the only landscaping screening now and for years to come, but only as long as they remain healthy and are not damaged during construction.
That's all?
That's it.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Can I ask just a question? Is there any way that you can show us which balcony you're talking about to be removed?
May I ask my daughter to do that? She's more intimate with
Is your daughter
Sarah Conrad.
is going to, Sarah is going to also speak? Okay, that's fine, thank you. All right, so, second card, yeah, it's Sarah Connors. Please come on forward.
Hi, my name is
Okay.
Sarah Conrad. I live at 1232 Irving. And the balcony we're talking about is the second story balcony on the rear.
Second, is it this one?
Yes.
And the reason for that removal you're suggesting is because it's for the privacy?
We have a one-story house, and that would overlook our backyard, and we spend a lot of time out there gardening and enjoying the backyard, and we kind of think it's bad enough that there's going to be a 2-story house where there used to be a 1-story, and our preference is to have that removed.
Okay. All right. Please go on. Anything else, or?
Well, my mother said pretty much everything we wanted to say. I think the size of the house, as far as the FAR was kind of downplayed, because I think according to the notes, the average of the neighborhood is .20, I believe, and this is a .29, so that's like 50% bigger. So although, 1,800 square feet isn't a large house, it is the maximum they can build. And right next to our house, it's going to be quite big, so we're really concerned about the privacy and just really maintaining as much as we can as far as privacy.
Okay. Thank you. I don't have any other card. I don't see it here. Is there anyone that wants to speak to this project? Okay, so seeing none. Yes, yeah, I'm sorry. I moved quickly. So you have 5 minutes to rebuttal.
2 minutes.
2 minutes to rebuttal. I'm sorry.
Okay, fine. First of all, the property right next to the north of this is 2-story, and there are some other 2-story houses there. That house that you're looking to, that is built already, there is a slight difference with this one, which the thickness of the columns in the front is almost half of it. Because after we built and finished this, by experience, I found out that architecturally it is overpowering those columns, and these are almost half of the thickness of that, so it will look more delicate. Landscaping. I think we had a landscape plan, and that will be well covering that side that we are entering to this house. Regarding the fence and the trees that our neighbor has, fine, no problem. We'll be very careful about that. We'll cooperate with them, and we'll do whatever will maximize to keep their landscaping not damaged there. This house is an east-west oriented house, so it needs balconies to prevent the sun in the morning and the sun in the afternoon. That's why I have balconies in both sides, and this is one of the things that I always, in the design of the houses that I design, I consider this seriously, because if I don't have that balcony, that sun in the morning and afternoon will create a lot of problems. But however, we are closing the site facing our neighbor. Regarding the floor area ratio, 1260 Irving Avenue has 36% floor area ratio. 1256 Irving Avenue has 33% floor area ratio. So
Please conclude.
the size of the house, the floor area ratio, the lot coverage is compatible with the neighborhood, and there are two-story houses there, and we'll do, so far we have done whatever we could do to satisfy our neighbor, and hopefully they will be happy with this house.
Okay.
I have a
Thank you.
question.
Yes,
for the
please.
applicant. Mr. Hagopian, would it be a detriment to the project if, let's say, you were asked to eliminate that second floor balcony in the rear? Or is there some specific reasons, as you pointed out, with sun and so forth?
That's the specific reason. The sun in the morning, the orientation of the house is east-west, is not north-south. I have this experience for many, many years with many, many clients that not knowing this issue, this problem, they design and build a house, and after a few years they call me and says, you know what, this room is not livable in the summertime. It's an oven. So please do something about that. So we have to add some kind of protection, sometimes much deeper than what you see here.
Anything else? No. No? Mr. Eve, do you have any question?
No.
From applicant?
No.
Thank you. All right. All right, public session is closed. Let's move, and let me see, who went last time? You guys are taking turns, so.
Actually, I'm still getting some thoughts together, so maybe Mr.
Okay,
Yu-
Mr. Yu.
I'll go
ahead.
first on the next two.
Okay, well, just maybe a quick yes or no, maybe they can nod their head or something, but the neighbor that requested the garage to be flipped and the two other items, was that, you were the neighbors, okay. Okay. First of all, I want to commend the architect for sort of the rendering and sort of the way you were able to show your design of the project. I think it does at least give us a sense for what the scaling is going to be, what to expect once it's built. The one thing on the massing that it's showing, so you sort of basically maxed out your floor area ratio which was a 30% maximum. Now, to say that we've breached that and we're abiding by that, it's a little deceiving just because you have such a large patio area that's underneath the house at the back. And that's not counted as part of the FAR on that. And so the house is actually much bigger than a 30% house would look on the same site. It worries me a little bit about that sort of open, covered patio in the back. And I don't know how you've sort of handled it in the past, where a lot of projects will come in with something like this and then later on be covered and become usable square footage. Is that something that we would deal with here, or is that a building safety concern?
That's not something that you deal with here.
Okay.
You need to look at the plans
Okay.
as they're presented.
Okay.
Yet you look at as far as the massing and the effect that it has on the overall design of the building.
Okay, because I think mass-wise it can be cut down a little bit because of the fact that you are creating that bottom story and propping up the second floor to get that 30%. I have some concerns regarding that entry on the side. I think these pictures are wonderfully put together and very effective in showing how it does sort of intrude on sort of the whole, basically you're walking in to almost half of their house before entering the house, and that does concern me. But The rest of the project I'm okay with, the detailing of the house, the style of it is well articulated, and the materials are well chosen, and the colors as well. But those two things concern me. Kind of like to hear what you guys
Okay,
go out.
very good. Mrs. Simonian?
As the neighbor to the south has come forward and has portrayed some thoughts as to how this plan could be improved, or perhaps some information that could be provided in order to clarify some things, and one of which was a landscape plan to be presented. And I see that there's a landscape plan, and I'm not sure if the neighbor to the south is aware of that, but there is one up here. And so you're free to come up and take a look at it afterwards. And they raise some good concerns and questions about the property line to the south and the fence along that property line. And I think the applicant has stated that he could certainly provide a wood fence or something of that sort that would not be as intrusive or as solid as a block wall. I asked a question about the balcony, and as I'm looking in the overall scheme of things, perhaps there's something we could do with the rear balcony, and the applicant actually has provided a very good solution, which is just covering that southern side of that balcony. And in so doing, there's really no obtrusive views into the property to the south, perhaps. However, I think the entrance on the south side of the home is something that I had questions as well. And I'm not quite sure if it's something that is necessary, or if maybe the applicant could perhaps relocate it along the street in the front. He's shaking his head no, and I think you're going to have a chance to come up later
Maybe no. I mean,
that was actually a question I had for the applicant, was some of the difficulties, and maybe at the end you could come up and answer that question. But to me, that those are the two things, was that balcony to the rear and that entrance along the southern portion of it. And the neighbor's just done this great job of putting these pictures together of depicting how an entrance to the south will look. And so I wanted to hear the applicant's thoughts on that. Yeah,
do you have a question then from him?
Well, I wanted to
you
see.
Want to hear? Okay,
I wanted
then
to kind of
please,
see his methodology of locating it there.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Again, Edward Tagobian, 220 South Kenwood Street, Suite 210, Glendale 91205. I'm the architect of this project.
Thank you.
In a 40-foot wide lot, it's not 50, it's not 60, it's 40 foot. It's so narrow. If you put the entrance in the front, then you are creating just a corridor in the front and a room to next to that. And there's a lot of waste of the corridor. The corridor will be longer. Once you put the corridor, there's no room on that side. And this is the whole spirit of this house, that a 40-foot wide lot design should be creative. You cannot do what you do with the 50-foot lot. And also, for a small house, small lot like this, if, for sake of example, if we have designed this house to be one story, it could have been very long corridor, and that backside of the house could have encroached too far, and that is not also a good option. But then the owners, now they will have a backyard that is covered, and it's functional, it's beautiful, they can use it. So the whole idea is to have not to maximize, but to be creative in a narrow lot like this. I have seen designs that they came to this design board, same 40 feet wide, and they put the entrance in the front. That kills the front of the house. That turns the front of the house, the corridor, and the room. And a lot of waste inside. So I think... Now, if the other house, they didn't maintain the landscaping, that doesn't mean that we will do the same thing here. So that pictures cannot be related to this house. This house will be well landscaped and well maintained.
Is there some special landscape features you're going to add on that southern property line?
We will add whatever our neighbor wants to be added to the landscape plan that we have, that we already show some trees there that will screen everything there. We even put a note that there will be no lighting on that side, so that the light will not overspill. We did whatever they wanted us to do. So we took our steps, and they have to take their steps to this project. Otherwise, if I have to change this entrance, bring it to the front, this whole project will be a bad project, in fact. Bad design.
Any other questions?
No, that's it.
Thank you very much.
I think those were just my thoughts on the overall project itself.
Yeah, I agree with my colleagues. I think those are the comments that I put also reviewing this project. Let's just say, for hypothetically, that if you put the entrance in the front, it's gonna yield to a bad design, and it's not allowing you to have your facade. We can also reach another conclusion. We can conclude that that house, then, with that size and that design, does not belong to this 40-foot wide site. I mean, you can always argue that as well. I mean, Mr. Agopian is a very capable architect. I mean, we've seen his work before several times. As far as the presentation, color, and details and all of that, I have no particular objection to it. But one of the things that is repeatedly being presented here is that covered balconies, and it starts to be a little bit overpowering to me. And I actually, when I see these pictures and the photographs of the actually built building, the building looks nice, but you can see how the other buildings next to it is so minuscule. I mean, it's just so overbearing to me. And I understand there are two-story buildings, a few two-story buildings there, and perhaps we're not saying that you cannot have a second story there. There are already existing some two stories. But yet, I think what that does, you know, all these covered balconies, it just adds a tremendous mass to the building. You almost, when you're looking at it, you can see it, but the thing is that you don't know where the entrance is. I know the entrance is designed on the side when you're seeing the plan, but I mean, someone who's visiting the house, I mean, he has to really go and find it, it seems to me. I have other suggestions as well, like, for instance, whenever we have a narrow lot, and we're not just saying to have an exterior wall and you just go enter from the middle. That's why we can actually have a kind of meandering walls that goes on an angle to effectively increase the facade area. So that way you can actually put your entrance in some of those areas there in between. Looking at the plan, and then we have, of course, you know, it's the prerogative of the architect how he's designing it. We're not going to comment on that. But I'm saying when it comes to the possibility of putting the entrance, when we see the family and living, perhaps, you know, family room didn't have to be in the front. I mean, family can be in the rear where it belongs to. Because in the future, if there is a family activity, it mostly happens in the rear of the property where you have the backyard, not in the front. So I would have said, if you put the dining there and the kitchen moves, instead of the dining, and switch it, and the family room goes in the back, and you need less width for the dining rather than the family room that you actually want to have an 80-foot or 17-foot. So that already creates that, you know, niche there for you to, you know, put the entrance there. So I'm not convinced about the argument, unfortunately. And I have such a hard time, unfortunately, on this one. I never seen this patio that is covered, this big of patio covered here. It's 600 square feet. That's huge to me. I mean, we have seen other buildings that Mr. Agopian brought it, and I know that we argued many times as far as why is it covered, and it's because on the east and west side. It's a very good arguing point. But yet, it doesn't have to be coming out, or, I mean, especially this particular patio really bothers me in the back. You have 600 square feet of patio on the first floor that is completely covered on top, and almost the walls are covering it also. You have some archways and openings inside, which that bothers me. I think that could be if you eliminate that, for instance, I think that's going to make this building appear less massive to me. Otherwise, when you're looking at the plans, it's very skillful. I mean, as far as cutting down the circulation paths and you're putting this, situating the stair right in the middle and everything, it's really, really nice. I mean, when you're looking at the second floor, it's a great plan because you just concentrate it right in the middle, which is nice there. It's just that these covered balconies and covered, especially that 600 square feet patio, it bothers me, to me. And I think if the building couldn't have been improved, I wouldn't have said that, but in my opinion, this building could be really improved. Again, I'm not saying we shouldn't have a two-story building here, but I think there's still a lot of areas here is questionable to me. And that's what I think. The entrance to the site is a good idea as far as cutting down, the circulation, but in this case, I agree with the neighbors. I mean, you're going to have people coming, going all the time, and in a 6-foot patio there, walkway there, and that is not right to me. I think that concern is very valid. I think that's extremely valid to me. I don't want to have my house to be against a house that their entrance is on the side. It makes sense if this building was someplace else in another lot. That's why the other project before us, I was saying that actually it makes sense to put it in the center because it's a corner lot.
Correct.
Notwithstanding, your comments that you had, which I agree with you. But I have a major problem with this. I think all these covered patios, especially the 600-foot in the back and everything, makes this building more massive than it is. And that's what my thoughts are.
I would just add that, Mr. Agobian, you're absolutely right. The lot is 40 feet. You have what you have, and so to put the entry in the front would obviously, eat up a large portion of that as you're coming in. But to justify the entry on the side at the detriment of the neighbor next to you, I think that's where I can't approve that part of it. And so maybe a compromise is to maybe move it to the corner or something like that, where they would come in, but not all the way, half of their house, is exposed to the people coming in. And so,
You mean like at the southwest corner?
even if it's here or the other side, but maybe that's a compromise instead of putting it fully on one side.
That's what I was getting at.
to
When
get
you
something.
when you have a kind of like a step function or something, as you see,
Right.
coming in, and then one corner could be the entrance, and that could be treated with some sort of a kind of a loggia or entry to that area, which is an entry porch or something. You're coming in.
Right.
And the lot is not small that we say, hey, look, we don't have the space there. This is a pretty nice lot. It is narrow. I agree. I agree with the architect as far as that's concerned. But again, we have to be true to our decision. This needs a little bit more improvement, and it's not just a little tweaking. It's something that I think that patio really bothers me. Again, I'm mentioning that. Yes. I'll give you 1 minute.
I take the family room or living room and put on the back, so that will reduce the size of that covered area on the back, and we enter from the front. Does that satisfy you?
What about your covered patio in the back?
That will be less because we take a room and put a portion of it will be a room, family room. We put it on the back.
But still you have your covered...
it will be like half of it.
Yeah, but you still have covered terraces. All of your terraces, without exception, they are covered on top.
You mean the upper level?
Yeah.
Well, I can eliminate...
I know you're... Yeah.
Well, I don't like it, but I can eliminate the balcony on the back. So I can have a guideline not to destroy this nice design.
What the applicant is volunteering to do is actually, I think, a big improvement. Once he eliminates the balcony in the rear, that's certainly going to improve the privacy of the property to the south. And if that family room ends up moving to the rear,
well, that's what I was saying.
Correct. So he's following your advice.
Are you saying family room or living room?
One of those
family
rooms.
room.
Either one?
Yeah.
A living room should be towards the street, I think.
You're saying that the entry would take the place of one of those spaces as you're
Just
coming in.
north of the
Enter from
living
the
room.
front.
In such a case,
That'd be more agreeable, I think.
that's right, you'll have a larger front setback, and the family room moves to the back.
I
Okay,
can
can
do
we
it
discuss-
without any change, I mean, without any minor changes in elevation.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Akopian.
So
Let's-
that
let's-
maybe can, no, we don't have to come back again. We can do it.
That's a big
by
Well,
the
let's-
staff, they
let's-
can see that, they can check.
Thank you.
I think we need to start moving on.
Yeah, we will,
Hence the bell.
Actually, that was just coincidence.
okay.
Call the bell.
Well, we talked about this thing, and then what Mr. Akopian is saying, I mean, he's trying to do those changes. I mean, he's agreeing that to do it, but the point is that what that is going to affect it, I mean, we can't just, this is not to a point that you can say it's approved with comments. I mean, we have clearly two choices here. I'm just giving you the choices, and you guys are going to make a move here, okay? Either do you see any reason for this thing to be continued for the schemes? But see, the thing is that the information is there. We're not asking for more information. This is being redesigned. So it's up to you. I mean, and we're just going to move on and make a decision here.
I think whatever decision we make, we have to allow enough time for the neighbor to be able to see what the revisions are before they come back, because that's sort of a lot of the argument that's going on.
Should we
with that.
perhaps say a month from now they come back, and then perhaps in 2 weeks or something, they could get together with the neighbor, and we could give them a
that
date
be okay
certain
with
time to come back?
You can give whatever date you'd like. I think our calendar is not booked.
Okay. So that's actually reassuring.
Right.
2 weeks?
No, 2 weeks is too early. We're not going to get the answers in 2 weeks. You think? Because we already postponed one.
Right,
We have
right.
continued one.
And we still have room.
Still have room? Okay, it's your call, guys.
Well, the architect's saying he could come back in 2 weeks. We could always then ask for additional information if something's missing, but it might be beginning of the year, and they might just have more time on their hands anyway, so perhaps we'll do it 2 weeks, and let's do date certain for them to come back with some of those conditions that they agreed to implement into their design.
Okay. A continuance is the appropriate action when you need additional information. If there are changes, you really need to return it for redesign. So that's just for you to think over.
Okay.
I think we're
We're stuck between a rock and a hard.
semantics.
Okay.
Is that,
The thing is that you have your schedule open pretty much.
Right.
So it really doesn't matter as if they can turn around with the package to you, let's say in a week or two, then you can schedule them for a notice. Notice has to go out, obviously. You notice it 1 week before, I guess.
There won't be any notice.
No,
for
not continuing.
This
I'm
case.
talking about if it was a return for a redesign.
Either way, we won't notice again.
Then there's no
Like-
period required there for
No.
renoticing.
What we'll do is, if the neighbors have filled out one of those brown postcards, we'll send that out a week before or so.
Okay, so the difference between continuing, which will be that
Redesign.
certain, or
There's
redesign,
nothing in
effectively
this
will be the same. So you guys have to categorize this thing and
it
just...
sounds like since we can't continue it in 2 weeks for a hearing in 2 weeks, then we're going to have to say for it to come back as a redesign in 2 weeks. And then it'll be up to the architect to submit drawings in a timely manner in order to get the package to us in 2 weeks. And so therefore, I move to bring back I guess we're asking for a redesign of the project. That's what I move for.
If you're going there, then it's very obvious Stephanie wants to know also the reasons and maybe the comments and everything, I guess, perhaps, correct?
If we have a clear notion of intent, which I think we do, especially with the recommendation of the architect applicant.
Okay.
Can
All
we
right, so
stipulate,
then
can we stipulate as part of that they meet with the neighbor and get a sort of a agreement on what? Because I don't want to have it come back and then they object again and it becomes another whole issue and then we send it back again and.
I
We'd
think
like
you
to-
can
to-
suggest that. I'm not sure that we can mandate
can mandate
a
that.
meeting.
We highly suggest it.
We do suggest
And
it.
part of the new structure, I think, is the staff working closely with the neighbors anyway, so
Okay.
how does staff want to handle that?
We're working with the applicant to hopefully get the design to a point where it addresses your concerns. And to the
Correct.
extent that your concerns are the same as
As it stands
the neighbor's
now, the
concerns.
procedure is that right now. Correct.
That's what we're working toward.
Yeah.
We won't necessarily work with the neighbors. Once a design is submitted, they certainly can come in and look at it. But we'll work with the applicants to address your concerns.
Okay, all right.
That's fine. Ms. Wright has a...
Yes,
comment as
Ms.
well.
Wright.
So that we're clear, just to restate what we've heard, there's a concern about the location of the entry, so direction to the applicant to move it more towards the front, a concern about the size of the patio in the rear, so to look at that, and a concern about the visibility from the rear balcony. Those are essentially the elements that,
I had a concern about covered balconies and terraces. That's what.
in general, around the property.
I don't mind to have an overhang there of 24 or 36 inch. I don't have any problem with that. But when you're putting those columns there and everything, the way I see it, and it starts showing mass more than what it's supposed to be. So that's what my concern was, my personal concern.
The additional, the apparent mass that is proposed by those covered balconies.
Correct.
Okay,
correct.
very
That
good.
was the one. And then, so in conjunction with that, if applicant agreed to, well, when I say agreed, he's going to look into taking the family room and perhaps switching in the back for better use, and also to give it more opportunity for the front entry to work. So that will be the part of it. So we want to make sure that that happens. Because if he takes the family room back, that covered patio, most of it will be gone. And then he will be left maybe a very reasonable loggia, perhaps maybe 8 foot deep or
The
something.
intent was to reduce the apparent mass of the
One-
building overall with the back patio.
And-
That's how we heard it.
Yes, it is, and also in conjunction with that, the intent was to facilitate some sort of a way for him to be able to enter from the front rather than from the side.
Great. Thank you very much.
All right, we have a motion to return for redesign. Do I have a second?
I second.
Roll call, please.
Okay, Mr. Yu,
Yes.
Mr. Simonian,
Yes.
Mr. Zorobian.
Yes.
Motion passes 3-0.
Okay. Do you want to take a break, or when are we going to take a break, or is there going to be any break? Or
You can certainly take a break if you like. I think we have some sandwiches.
How many have we
when,
done?
right
4?
now, you mean, or
We have them ready.
we have 4 more to go?
I could
It's right
take a
in the
break,
middle.
or I could take one
Let's go
more.
one more. Come on, let's go
One more? Okay.
Mr.
It will
Chair,
be
if
easier
you
to
want
do
to go
after we
one more, I need
Just one more is a 45
yeah,
minutes.
just
Planning needs some time, I think.
That's okay. Let's
I need 1 minute to take down some plans.
Oh, you have to?
All right, then let's take it.
Do you want to take a break, or
We'll take a break.
Okay.
How's,
recess?
2 minutes to swallow the sandwiches? No.
Well, actually, to be honest
10,
with you,
15 minutes?
I need some time to put up my plan.
Okay,
so
then 15 minutes or 10 minutes?
A 10-minute break would be
10
great
minutes
for me.
break. We'll take a 10 minutes break.
Okay, we're back.
Okay, we're back. So next case, next case is 1 PDR-2006, 195A, 2631 Hermosa Avenue.
Yes, Mr. Chair and Design Review Board members, this case involves the demolition of the existing single-family house on the lot and the construction of a 3-unit multifamily residential building. This case has somewhat of a unique history. Let me give you the background in a couple of words. It was initially submitted as a final review. The board decided that the building needed more articulation. It was 3 units in one single building, and the board recommended that the project come back as a preliminary review. The project was submitted as a preliminary review and reviewed on July 19, 2007. The board unanimously determined that the project should come back as a final review with a number of comments. At that meeting, Board Member Simonian was absent, and Board Member Yu hadn't been appointed yet. So now the project in front of you is a final review that incorporates the board's comments, or should incorporate the board's comments. And I would like to mention one additional item that was not part of the review initially. Since the initial review, our historic preservation planner, which had already reviewed the demolition of the house and had determined that there were no CEQA impacts, has determined now that there's an existing planter wall made of river rock, and that has some historic characteristic in the neighborhood, and that should be preserved.
Does that affect the project? No.
It may affect the front, the driveway approach, and the front landscaping, but not in a significant manner.
Right.
It's just a planter wall, basically. With respect to the board's comments, there were a number of comments that hadn't been obviously addressed in the revisions, and the applicant is going to address those at the meeting. The first comment, verify with the Building and Safety Department regarding handicap access requirements. This is going to be addressed by the applicant. Show the building height on the plans. The building height is shown on the elevation drawing now. Provide window details and alternatives. Select a consistent window style. The operation of some of the windows has been changed from horizontal sliders to vertical single or double hung windows. Provide a landscape plan. A detailed landscape plan has been provided, and let me point out that the landscape plan has another elevation landscape drawing or a section, interior section landscape drawing that's hidden by the plan due to lack of space there on top of each other. The floor plans are similarly arranged. Comment 5, provide trees along the east property line. The east property line had initially a narrow landscape strip. Now pockets have been provided with trees specified in those pockets. Designate the common open area on the plan. It seems there are a couple of locations where the common area is located on the property. Specify high-profile shingles on the roof. It appears that the roof specification has not been changed. I passed out the material sample board. Comment 8 was to break up the paving of the driveway with grass, street, rock, or similar materials. The landscape plan indicates a significant breakup in the paving. Okay. Number 9, make the driveway more meandering to allow for landscape areas along the east property line. As I mentioned earlier, the driveway is more meandering now and provides pockets for trees. Number 10, study the elevations with a treatment consisting of stucco, all siding, or a combination of the two. It appears that the elevations are substantially the same between the previously reviewed plans and the new. Number 11 was to restudy the design of the staircase at the front unit and how it's expressed on the front elevation. The front elevation doesn't appear to have been changed, and the staircase is still at the same location. And number 12, enlarge the wood posts supporting the second story. The wood posts have been beefed up. They are more bulky.
Where they're more bulky, they were.
I can show you.
These are
These are like candlesticks or something. I mean, is this the one?
Well, it's actually these, the pilasters.
Oh, the bottom
the
ones.
bases have been extended.
bottoms,
Yeah. The bases, and these also, the bases have been extended, so the wood post section is much smaller now, the visible portion of the wood.
Those elevations that are portrayed over there, from my angle, I can't quite tell. Is each building a separate sheet, or
Yes,
are there a combination thereof?
This is the single unit at the front of the site, and that's the duplex in the back.
I see, okay.
Yeah, they're not continuing.
The street elevation is this one?
This is the street elevation,
And then
yes.
the board last time that had comments with the stairs?
Yeah, if you look at the floor plan, this is a staircase. It's this staircase going to the second level.
And what were some of the comments that were made?
Well, there were 13 comments.
Yeah, but as far as the stairs were concerned, does anybody remember?
To restudy the front. To
portray more of a stair circulation?
No, not portray more of stair. What we were saying is that that's a valuable piece of wall that everyone is fighting so much to have a window there. In this particular one, we have a stair that is just not.
Understood.
You know what I'm saying? That's what
I
the
was just
issue was. But
trying
they
to
still,
understand, right.
in the plan, they're still keeping the stair the way it is. I don't think
Right.
they've changed it.
And the treatment is the same.
Right.
Same number of windows, same volume.
So the overall feel for it from the street side is you have stucco underneath and a horizontal band and then siding above.
Right.
Yeah.
And comment number 13 was that additional comments could be added in the following reviews.
Okay.
I would like to wrap up my presentation unless there are questions of me.
Okay, Mr. Yu, you have a question from staff?
I have one quick question. As far as the common open space is concerned, has staff reviewed the open space requirements such as required width, square footage, and so forth?
That meets code, but the design review has jurisdiction over the qualitative aspects of that requirement.
And so there's this lawn area over here between the two.
Yes,
And then
and-
there's a lawn area here
Exactly.
between the two.
Yes.
And there's some circulation here. So I assume these two are sharing this common open space, and this one's sharing this one, and the
Yeah, that lawn area becomes more of a, kind of a private for this single one, and then the other two will share that segment of it. There was a discussion around that, for the very fact that this was not designed as a continuous kind of monotone building, and they separated it, there's a unique feel to it, which we felt that the open space could be kind of, acceptable in that range. Okay. All right. So we're okay with that. I have, let me see, landscape, architect, owner, and the applicant. So I have 3 cards here. Tracy Ozimo. Yeah, please. Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Tracy Ozimo. My address is 3104 Spar Boulevard in Glendale. My office is also in Glendale. Chris did a great job in laying it all out. I'm going to address just a couple of things real quickly since for time. First thing being the historic preservation finding that's relatively new that we just saw about the retaining wall in the front of the property. If you look in the pictures that were submitted with the whole package, you can see this little bit of this wall. While we really like it, and it's really a wonderful, feel, there's a couple of things that I have to address on this issue. One is that it's deteriorating greatly. It's very old. There are about 3 or 4 trees that were right next to it that had been cut down years ago. The roots are impacting it. Also, in order to work with this project, it would have to get extended, and it then backfilled, so it would end up being retaining. There are a lot of issues that would have to, it's a lot more complicated than just saying it should be preserved. So that's something we would have to look at with planning, I think. And also, if I'm correct, there are zoning issues against having walls in the front right on the property line too. So that kind of, I'm a little confused by that. And I'm not sure if that's something we have to figure out here, or if that's something I figure out with planning later.
No, I believe that you have to coordinate that with the staff, since that's not a DRB requirement.
That's what I
that we-
was assuming,
Yeah,
right.
we will just look at it as far, we have not, because it's a historical piece, so there are some exemptions comes with it as a package. So in other words, zoning regulations might not apply necessarily to this existing wall, because it was determined to keep it. So you're going to get a lot of advantages as far as that's concerned to keep that wall.
But what about where we would have to extend it?
Well, that you need to discuss it with the staff.
But, Mr. Chair, my understanding is that that wall, there hasn't been a review and formally determined that that wall has historic significance.
It's a suggestion.
Some of the materials, like,
So what was that suggestion then?
perhaps Tim would like to address it. Our historic planner was going to be in the meeting to address that.
Yeah, my understanding is that overall, his assessment that it does not carry historic significance to be a historic resource under CEQA remains the same. My understanding is that he thought this wall ought to be retained as kind of a design review condition as opposed to an environmental mitigation measure.
Was
That was
that-
his suggestion. Is that correct, Chris?
Design review, I don't recall that we have made that comment. Was it?
This issue was not in front of the board earlier. When the variance was being reviewed, the project was entirely exempted. So this is a new item.
Okay, now I understand.
When the historic planner reviewed the
Okay.
demolition.
I guess, correct me if I'm wrong, it was determined that that particular wall does not have enough historical significance to be kept, right? But it's up to the DRB to decide whether to keep it or remove it?
I mean, what I would say is it doesn't have enough historic significance that its demolition would kick you into the category of having to do an environmental impact report.
Okay.
Although the historic planner felt that this is a common feature in that area and expressed a preference that it be retained.
Okay, perhaps because the applicant has also a good point there. She's making a good point, because I can see those trees that are being removed. There's so many roots and everything that it's going to keep pressing on this wall. So perhaps if it's the look of the wall that needs to be preserved, we can suggest that, preserve it as much as possible or make repairs to it to match whatever is there. Or we can all together, we say, we just don't feel that that's going to fit the neighborhood, and there's just, you know what I'm saying? But that comment has come to us to make a decision on that. It's not like a mandatory that to keep the wall, right? Correct? That's what it is, bottom line?
That's right. It's not mandatory.
Okay.
That's my understanding, because we have similar walls in the entire neighborhood.
Right.
And we don't have we haven't had a formal review and determined which ones are have historic significance.
Okay. All right. Yes, go on, please.
Now, let me just to add to that again, we would have to extend it, raise part of the site to meet that grade, which means we would be backfilling a new wall. It wouldn't be the same construction. We'd have to build a concrete wall or a block wall with a stone veneer, where this wall isn't like that. So there'd be a lot of issues to do that.
I can see the point, but I think if you find a local mason to do this thing, there's so many rocks and everything, it's possible. This particular wall does not have any structural significance. I mean, it's not holding anything. It's not really a retaining wall. It's just like a garden wall, very short one. So perhaps only the weight of the rocks, the way a mason would normally put it together, I think it would be
We need to sell that to building safety.
Yeah, I think it's possible to do something like that. Perhaps, let's say, if you have to open up for a stair or something, you could have preserved the stone and rock and then relocate it and do it. So anyway, I understand. Okay, so let's move on.
All right, let me go to the comments, just so I can answer some of them. Number one, regarding the handicap access, it's not applicable to this project. I went and met with Neville Pereira right after the last design review hearing and went over everything with him, and he said, no, this project is not part of that part of the zoning, or of the building code.
Can you tell me why? What was the reason?
It's not, it has nothing to do with this. This project had nothing to do with the issue that you were bringing up about the carriage. I think you were talking about it being a carriage house or something.
Okay, I have
So
also...
I've gone over it with him. So.
Okay. I have also gone like that. I'm saying that I have no choice but to make a condition on, as far as that's concerned. The point is that I can see one of the units, if they require the ADA compliance with these 3 units, one of the units does not comply at all. I mean, you got to have in the first level accessibility features, which the way it is laid out is like, it's prohibitive. So anyway, that we can make a condition. It's okay. But I understand. You've done, as far as you're concerned, it's okay.
May I address that point? Eventually, when a building permit is, an application for a building permit is made, if that becomes an issue and the design has to change significantly, we have to bring the project back.
That's what I'm saying. I don't want this thing to be left to the staff. I think when that happens, that needs to come back to us, because that will tend to change the project, especially the single one, a lot. That's what I'm saying.
Apparently, the work has been done.
Yeah, because I tell you, the code section is like this. If you have 3 units there, if you're going for a condominium, that means you're separating all 3 units together, you're exempt.
There are apartments.
If there are apartments, I can tell you, I mean, that's fine. I mean, I'm not going to make a commitment here, but anyway, that's where we have to make a note into that effect. Okay.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Building height, that's on there, we've talked about that. Comment number 3, that comment, I think that was in response to the fact that in our preliminary presentation, we were going to be going with metal windows, and I think the board had a concern with them being a little too narrow, the sashes, so they had asked us for some more details. Since then, we've decided to go with a vinyl window. I don't have specific details, or we actually do have a window out in the car, but I do have also a brochure of the windows if somebody would like to see that. But they're beefier sashes, bigger profiles than what the previous board was concerned about.
Yeah, at the end of your presentation, I'd like to see what you have.
The brochure?
Yes, at the end of your presentation.
Okay. Landscape plan that's been provided, so we can talk about that. There are trees there, that's number 5. Number 6, on the site plan, it does not say common area, but if you look down in the data on sheet 1, it does tell you how many square feet there is, and it does satisfy, as Chris said, satisfy the requirements of zoning. Number 7, we actually are specifying the high-profile shingles. That's on the material sample board and on the list. I'm having a blank right now. The architectural shake being the presidential that we are using. And actually, you can see that on the sample board. You can see the thickness of that. We are, number 8, we are breaking up the driveway, and you can see that on the landscape plan. Same thing with number 9. Number 10, talking about stucco siding, combination of 2. We did study that. We had originally studied it before our preliminary presentation. We really like the combination of the 2. We went back and looked at it again, and we decided to keep it how we have it. We think it's working well. We decided to do the 2 different colors, sort of not complementary, but colors that are complementing each other. Number 11. The stairway, the staircase. One of the previous board members, just so I can tell the people that are the new people on the board, what he was asking for was an expressed stair tower in the front there. And unfortunately, I wasn't able to come back and speak to it after that, but I'll tell you now, that was actually 180 degrees from what our design intent was, exactly polar opposite. The design intent of this front building was for it to look like a single-family home. And technically, I mean, it is a single-family home, but if you look at the plan, it really isn't. We don't have any living space on the ground floor. It's all on the second floor. So knowing that we had the stairway going up there in the front, what I was really trying to do is make it look like that's a living room down below and there may be bedrooms up above. A stair tower, to me and to the owner, we felt that was a little bit out of character of the neighborhood. It's a very kind of humble neighborhood with very the materials are the same as what we're using, but it's not something that you would put some very odd architectural element out there in the front. So again, the design intent of this was to really make it look like we had a living space down below and a private space up above. Number 12, we have made we've basically taken the columns, the base, and extended it up to become a column instead of just expressing a post there. And that's it. Okay. I can certainly answer some questions. The landscape architect is also here, and the property owner.
I have some questions, and if you don't mind coming up here.
Not at all.
It might be easier to ask the questions up here. This overhang over here, it's portrayed in your plans, but the perspective doesn't show it. But I assume.
Oh, it's because it's set back. It's on the side. See, it's hard to. Where do we see?
Pull back.
Yes, it's here.
Pull
Right.
back. And so, what is this material here, this number 3?
Oh, it's just a painted, it's just like a 1 by 10, 1 by something.
And so, I had a question about that, about a possible exposed beam or something. But, and then you have these columns up front that are solid, and they don't really have a base, but they have a base up top. But then they kind of evolve into something different.
There's two different conditions for them. There's the condition where the beam is coming through to pick up the cantilevers.
And that's a structural beam?
Yes, these are, almost any beams that you see are structural beams. We've already kind of gotten a preliminary with the or with the engineer. You can also see that up here in the back unit, and you can see it also right up here and here. In the front on the porch, what you're not seeing is there is actually a beam up there. It's just up underneath the, you can barely see it right here. See that? So there is the same condition of the beam splitting the column here. It's just we're not seeing it in those views.
So is this a beam on top of a beam here?
No, that's a beam. That's the beam there, and then it's turning the corner.
And then what's this?
That's the banding. This is just an architectural band that sort of caps the siding. And in the case where it's not cantilevering, like out here in the front, it's just separating the siding from the stucco.
And these two are on the same level? They're
Exactly, same plane, yes.
And then this is just some sort of a molding that's applied?
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Yu, you have any question?
No, I don't. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Okay, next speaker is, let me see, Stephen Ormandy.
Hello, my name is Stephen Armani. I'm a landscape architect. My office is in Woodland Hills on Ventura Boulevard, 22556 Ventura Boulevard. You have the landscape plan there in front of you. We tried to locate the 4 trees that are in the middle of the projects are evergreen trees, and also the tree that's in the upper left-hand corner is also evergreen, and depicted the neighbors' houses there to show how these trees could soften the appearance between the buildings. And if you flip the drawing up, there is an elevation that shows how the trees are massed in terms of the elevations of the building.
If we have to flip the...
You flip the plan up, and underneath, if you take out the, it shows the trees in relationship to the top view is from the street. Am I correct? Right. And the bottom view is the long elevation coming in on. The plant material is basically Southern California plants. The trees in the front of the residence are some of the fruit trees that the owner would like to have. And generally, I could say that the plant palette is outside of the lawn is very drought-tolerant plant material. These are low water use plants.
Were you planning on adding some additional dirt to the front setback?
No.
Or is the existing level of the front setback about what it's going to stay at?
The first house sits up, and then it rolls down to the sidewalk, the dirt.
Oh, I see. Your proposed plan does not have a retaining wall.
It does not have a retaining wall. That wall is basically a stone-on-stone wall. It is falling apart. So that requirement that this wall be kept was not part of the scope when I got involved with the project.
So are you excavating dirt out of this site to drop the entire?
No. We are basically, if you look at the elevation, that's very true. I mean, it's drawn absolutely exactly the way the site is.
Existing house sitting at this height?
The back house is a little bit higher than the front house. It steps up. So
the proposed front home is going to be located at a lower elevation than the existing home.
the existing home is actually further back on the property than the front house. The existing, if you take the site plan, let's start here, I'm sorry. The existing home is somewhere here. And this new home is, the new pad here is basically, I mean, we're just taking there's a slight slope coming up here, we're kind of leveling out, another slope in this section, and leveling off, because these two are exactly at the same elevation. No, these are not, nothing is existing. These two garages are in the same elevation.
The floor elevation of that is
About the same.
Is the same. These two are in the same elevation, and this is about a foot and a half lower than this one.
But compared to the existing house,
There's no excavation here. We're just, right now, the site is, there's a small wall here, and it's flat back to this point. Then there are stepping, and there's an existing retaining wall of about that high in the back.
Right.
And we are basically trying to meet those conditions. We're not going up and down with the bottom floor of the buildings.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions?
I don't have any. Do you have any questions?
Thank you.
See you? No? All right, so next speaker would be John Cosby.
My name's John Cosby, and I live at 2625 Hermosa. I live right next door to the project. And the only thing I want to talk about are the walls. The existing house, which will be demolished, the driveway of that existing house is 15 feet from the property line. When the new houses are going to be built, that driveway will have to be moved over. So that means that those rock walls will either have to be demolished because the driveway is going to be moved over 15 feet. So, and
what portion?
As of right now, sometimes I have to go out and pick the rocks off of the sidewalk because the walls are just deteriorating. That's
Well, what would be let me ask you this, what would be the alternative? Let's say you removed it. There is definitely a difference of level there. What would you replace it with?
There's only about 28 feet of dirt at the sidewalk. So
28 inches almost, 28
inches, I mean,
right.
of dirt.
So what would you replace it with?
It'll just, well, I was just planning to...
You were going to shave it back, kind of, 3-to-1 slope or something, and just call it a day?
Like the property 2 doors away from me, that's what they did.
Okay. Now, the entrance to your unit, you don't have a particular separate entrance there. Someone who wants to enter the house, he's got to use the driveway and then turn it and go in.
Yeah.
You don't have a particular entrance coming from front. I mean, you could have actually, almost it lends itself to that. I mean, if you could have had some steps or something there, you could have come right into the front unit, which would be much nicer, rather than letting people walk on the driveway coming in. Anyway, I just wanted to kind of ask this to see what would be your options and what you're thinking. I mean, you're open to kind of shave that off and everything, right? Okay. All right, thank you. Okay, so that's the only card that I have here. So let's, we close the public session. So let's get comments.
I guess I'll go ahead and start because
Okay.
Mr. Wu started on the last two. And as I promised, I would start
It's
on the
only
next
fair,
two.
I guess. Okay.
I'll start off by saying that I think this is a good design and a good solution for the site. I like the way you've methodically approached it. You're adding some density to it, but then you have a lot of property and the zoning allows it. And so instead of doing a 3-unit attached project, you've done a detached project, which is nice. And so that lends itself to some nice outdoor areas, and some privacy is provided between the units, and everyone is provided with a garage in. So I like that. As far as the site planning is concerned, with the driveway and the garages and so forth are worked out as well. There is some questions that I had as well, which coincidentally were comments that had been made at earlier meetings, which I was not part of. So that lends me to believe that they also saw similar issues as well. I'll start off with the wall and just portray my opinion on it and my take on it, since that was discussed quite a bit during this hearing. I think this specific area has a lot of history to it, and it has a very distinct style to it. And so therefore, part of that style is this rustic feel, and part of that rustic feel are these natural walls that have evolved over time. And we're getting a recommendation from staff that, the city would like to see that preserved. And they're not saying that they want you to preserve the house or anything like that. So this is somewhat of a minor request by the city, and one that I think is a reasonable one, and one that I think adds to the surrounding neighborhood. I understand that there's some technicalities with using it, and that you'll have to maybe chop off some of it on the eastern end of it to accommodate your driveway. So, whatever feet you need for the driveway, you cut it 1 or 2 feet. As far as rehabilitating it, that's something that needs to occur, of course, and I think once you get those dead trees out of there, those tree stumps, you're going to get them out of there anyways. You're going to be able to repair that. A good mason is going to be able to repair that, and I think that's an asset to the neighborhood. And I'm not sure where my colleagues stand on this, but to me that wall is a nice wall to keep. And so now I move on to the comments that I had when I visited the site, and how they were echoed in some of the earlier comments that were made at the other hearings, in that I think this beautiful design that's laid out in a logical manner either needs to be a stucco house or needs to be a horizontal siding or hardy plank or whatever material you're going to choose to do it. But there is this uncomfortable juxtapositioning that occurs between the stucco and the siding, especially with those horizontal beams. And it's just a recurring theme in all those elevations. And you have a lot of elevations. Because you've done a good job laying this thing out, there are just a lot of elevations to this thing. And so sometimes simplicity is a good thing. And so you just pick a style, and you pick a facade treatment, and you go with it. And so I think if the wall stays and the rural nature of this area lends itself to more of a horizontal siding home, or homes, I should say, than a stucco one. That's my take on this. And so then, if you go siding, some of those cantilevers that you have will just those issues will go away, because you could just literally use some hardy trim in those areas, and you just don't have those issues anymore as you do now. And so, if I could conclude my take on this, is that I would certainly recommend siding all over. I think that there's some level of massaging that needs to occur with the connections of the vertical columns to the horizontal beams, such as this and this area. And I just think that it's almost there. And if it's just a little more effort, we'll have something special, because you have these round columns, and they have a base on top, but there's no base at the bottom. And if they're square, same concept. If you have a cap to it, there should be a base to it. So just minor things like that. And I think that's something that staff work with the applicant on. And I think the current colors between the siding and the stucco, and I'm looking at the different hues, and they're so close, it just doesn't make sense. Sometimes when you have a change of materials, it's good to have some drastic color change as well with a white accent in the middle. So I could have seen maybe a different approach, but again, I think a complete sided homes would just work a lot better. And as far as massing, as far as access is concerned, I think the only thing I would change is we have a garage here, and there's no living space down here. And so if you just extend this walkway over here and provide some access to these units in the back, you're eliminating your tenants from having to walk all the way up the driveway. And it could be done very easily. So that's something I would recommend you taking a look at, again, because this is a two-car garage and this is a stair element, so they're not walking by any livable spaces. Although I don't quite know what's happening here in this building. I don't know if this, I'm not sure if it's a garage or if it's a living area, but that's something to work out later. But that's one comment I would make with the site layout. But besides that, I think, the overall location of the project is thought out and it's working. It just now we need to just get it to the next step with details. Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Munian. Mr. Yu?
Actually, just had a quick question for you. When the comment regarding the stucco, all siding, a combination, what was that geared towards? What was the change that you wanted?
As I remember, board members were expressing their kind of concern regarding seeing, like in some areas, they were just completely plaster, and they were saying that perhaps that needs to be looked at. Maybe if we are going with a combination of wood and stucco, why that particular side is only stucco? That's one. Second, they were saying that there should be a certain rhythm. Are you going to do the second floor only in wood, or there's supposed to be some sort of a mixture of them? If it's mixture of them, you need to be selective of where you're putting your wood and where you're putting plaster. And some had suggested, as Mrs. Simonian was saying, why don't you just go all wood siding? So that was a discussion, and so that was one of the issues for them to come back and give us an input as to what their thoughts are as far as that's concerned.
It's pretty similar to what came previously then.
It is. I think it's almost identical. I don't think they have changed anything. They felt that that combination, the way they had presented before, suits the need.
First, I think there were a lot of items that they presented the other time, and I commend you for going through and actually responding to each of them. And I guess I'm okay with the project as is, except for maybe some of the explanations for how to justify where the material comes and it ends. It's just the language of it is maybe not as clear as it could be. I think you've done a good job at creating the masses, but then sending them back and articulating some of the spaces and all the in-between spaces that you've created. I think it fits well with the site. So, I mean, those are the. If we can work out some way of clarifying sort of the way the treatment of the facades are with the materials, I'd be okay with the project.
Okay. All right. Well, I think exactly what I think last time. I thought to separate these three units together in the same fashion that they have done it, they've done a very nice job. As far as planning of it, I didn't have any problem. Never had a major problem with it. My problem was about few items that I stated there and I was concerned with. Beside the ADA requirements, which I still think that you're going to get to that hurdle, which I suggest that even if this project gets approved today, we should make a note there if that ADA requirement will prompt perhaps a major change. It might not. The way I see it, that let's say if they were supposed to do that, the other building could well be, made to comply. But the very first one, which you don't have any living space in the first level, that's where the problem is. So they can eliminate, let's say, one of the stairs, and especially the front stair. Let's say if in the future, if they have to eliminate that, then they can replace it with a powder room or something. Because if that needs to comply, in the first level, you need to have a powder room which complies. You can't just have the entire unit on the second floor and say it's 3 stories. So we'll leave it up to the building department to decide that, but I'm just saying, if that made a issue for them to go back and perhaps, make a lot of changes to the project, I want to make sure that we'll be able to see it. You know what I mean? So that's one of the comments. Second is that right now, I guess it's more of a concern to me right now, is the entry to the units. As I was saying, that people, when they come in, you don't have a guest parking, which you're not required to have. People are going to park outside. So people are required to walk, from the driveway and come in and enter the units. So it's something that it's not like a make it or break it, but it would have been nice to provide some sort of an entry from this side where you can actually go from this side. And as Mr. Simonian was saying, that's another alternative, to have this pathway continued and connected there. So I think it's important. Otherwise, people are going to start wandering around everywhere to be able to find the units there. And you got the cars backing up, and perhaps there's some safety issue there as well. So that's the only issue that I have with. And applicant was mentioning about this stair tower. I don't remember precisely, but I think there was somebody was concerned about that, and he had perhaps suggested that you can do that and then add a treatment to the front. I don't agree with that. I think I'm more agreeing with the applicant. I don't see that the tower would have worked. My suggestion would have been actually not to put a stair there, but use that as a living space or something, if it's all possible, because that way you could have had a space there, which is a livable space, to have a larger window and everything, that it gives you basically more of a presence at the curb. But I know it's the limitations. Virtually that first unit has, it's just a garage in the first floor, is because you have not connected with the other two. So I can appreciate that. So I don't have a major problem with the project. I think most of the concerns that we have, they've answered. And as far as wall is concerned, I think we can word it in such a way that except those necessary revisions to the wall, you like to keep the wall the way it is, and if it's possible, if it's structurally sound and so on and so forth. So we can, that kind of a statement we can add perhaps to as a condition or something, so they can.
Well, how do you want to approach the?
I agree with you. The siding wise, I agree with you. I think if this whole building was siding, it would be much nicer. Plaster has a tendency of, showing a mass and bulk, and it's just so bland. But when you go with wood siding, especially in the woodsy area here, landscape architect is putting a pine tree there. I mean, you got pine trees, I know it's woodsy, you don't want to necessarily have like a plastered wall or something. So I think I agree with you that if we can perhaps do everything, siding will be much nicer.
So do we want to ask them to come back?
No, I don't think so. If you're going to do all,
condition,
I think that, I think they've done, to me, that's my personal opinion, I think they've gone through the process, and they have done whatever we asked in a major way. So that could be a condition attached to it for the approval. That's what I'm leaning towards today. I think that condition, the ADA condition, just to make sure and make sure that this is not going in a negative direction.
I'm comfortable with that as well.
Yeah. Okay. And that way, if they go with the wood siding, they can keep the same color and everything with the wood siding. I have no problem with that. I think it's very nice. I mean, either this, or you can suggest with the other color something somewhere there.
I think if it's one material, it would work, and they could actually, the horizontal trim could be a white color or something like that.
Or maybe even a darker color. What they go with the darker color, actually, it will maintain that woodsy look of it. And so the very last thing that I was concerned about, but because it was not clear for us as far as the windows and qualities and so on and so forth is concerned. So if they go with wood siding everywhere, see, that was one of our problem. when we were saying it's the same wall, some of it is plaster, some of it is wood. We understand when you go on the wood siding, you put the window there, you have a trim that finishes it off. And so it gives a kind of a deep look to it.
Correct.
But when you put the windows in the plaster, that's completely different. So that's why we were asking for some information as to those areas that you're putting in the plaster, how are you finishing it up? So that was a concern. Now, if you go with all wood siding, then I think it's going to be solved. That's going to be
I'll
solved.
have some trim around it.
Yeah.
We could
And then-
stipulate that.
Yeah, which is fine. And then the windows, they're going with the vinyl. I don't have major problem with that. Especially, I think they're not going with a white vinyl. I think they're going with a different color. Correct? Correct. It's not white. Is it white?
It is white.
Some are white, some are tan on the elevation, so it's...
Yeah.
They're
It's
all-
labeled as white.
Yeah.
They're white.
I wish they were
We
more
could
of a
stipulate
tan.
a
Yeah.
They
White
only come
will
in
just
two
stand out.
colors.
The elevations, the labels them as aluminum windows. It's in, okay.
No, vinyl we are okay with, but I think I would suggest to go with, the white vinyl is just, now these days, is just cheapened so much. I mean, everywhere you see it, the cost is the same. Cost is the same. We have to finish it up, that's the only, is it really important?
I could make a...
Because no one spoke against the project, that's why there was no rebuttal, but...
So I could make a condition, I could approve the project with a few conditions and we move on?
Yeah, that's right. I think the project is there. I like the project. The landscaping is done pretty nicely. I have certain concern about pine trees, sap, and these issues, and so on and so forth. But I think that neighborhood there, you can still see some pine trees there and everything, which matches. So which is nice.
Terribly sorry. Fern pine is the English.
You have to...
Oh, it's a different.
It's a podocarpus,
Uh-huh.
so it is not a pine.
Okay, because it says on it. That's why it's fern pine.
They can't have conversations.
Yes.
Yes.
we
Okay, so
right.
then I move to approve the condition, to approve the project with the following conditions.
Okay.
To eliminate all stucco features and to clad the buildings in a horizontal siding material. All windows to be to be a vinyl material with tan color. All windows and doors to have hardy plank, well, all windows and doors to have borders surrounding them. One-by borders. So if they use hardy plank, it could be the hardy trim. And so
Yeah, harder
forth.
trim is good. It's fine. It's enough. Whatever standard comes in, we don't want to just, overpower it with our...
The applicant to maintain existing stone wall.
Do we want to say as feasible because of the driveway location?
And to perhaps cut as little as possible to accommodate driveway.
They need to continue. They need to fill in further.
To return it?
But couldn't we just keep it the way it is and then take it back and retain it in the back?
Okay, if you have a question...
If the applicants are going to speak...
Yeah, if you guys have a question, I'm going to ask the applicant.
And let me just...
Yeah, please.
Let me just finish off the conditions, and then we could ask her to comment. And applicant to consider an alternative path of travel to the rear two units. So those are all the conditions, and maybe you could repeat them, and we make sure we're all on the same page, and then we could have the applicant come up and address the wall issue specifically in a moment.
Okay. First one is to eliminate all stucco and clad the buildings with horizontal siding. Second one is all windows to be vinyl with a tan color. And the third one, all windows and doors to have borders or trims 1 by dimension. Fourth condition, to maintain the existing stone wall at the front of the property and to cut as little as possible to accommodate the driveway. And then the fifth one is to consider an alternative pedestrian path of travel to the rear units other than the driveway.
on the west side of the property.
Yeah, that's fine.
Do we want to?
That's fine. So please, let's ask the applicant to comment.
On the west side or the east side?
It's on the west
If it's,
side.
the driveway is on the east side. On the west side of the driveway, probably.
On the west side of the property,
Property. Okay.
along the west property line.
Okay.
West.
2 minutes sufficient?
Yes, 2 minutes is fine.
Specifically on the wall, please.
On the wall. It's, Mr. Yu is right, we would have to extend the wall, and then we would have to fill in order to get that part of the property up to the same level as it is right now. And the construction of the new wall wouldn't be the same construction as the old wall. They would never look the same. It would never look cohesive. The other big question I have is, isn't that all against zoning? Zoning doesn't let you put walls on the property line.
Right, anything that, I haven't seen the plan specifically, but you can't
Not in the plan.
build anything over 18 inches in the front yard.
It's 28 inches. So we would be extending probably 10 feet or so?
You can certainly maintain the wall that's out there and repair it. You couldn't add on to it.
That's what I'm saying, we would have to add on
Unless-
to it.
Right. Couldn't you keep it the shape that it is and just put maybe planting in front of it here and then maintain the driveway as is here?
But the existing wall is set, would be back here. The existing wall stops about...
Speak into the
Oh,
mic,
right where
please.
you have it, right.
So-
Oh, I see what you're saying.
So maintain the wall as is.
How about,
But-
I don't know how the wording would go, but we could certainly look at it and see if we could incorporate it. But again, it still is it's
think
not
that's what
something
That's what we were
That's
saying.
what we're
That's what
asking.
we were saying. So you can actually retrofit this also
me
as much as, you can actually say as necessary or something. So-
Let me clarify our
Possible.
thoughts on it.
That's-
Again, if it's deemed a significant feature of the neighborhood and you're being asked to preserve it, and these are natural blocks, so as you chip away, they're stones. They're never going to crack, they're never going to break. So as you chip that portion of the wall away to accommodate a new driveway, you just simply reuse the same blocks
No,
over.
it's the opposite. It needs to extend. Mr. Wu has the,
This is the existing wall.
we're not,
And then the driveway used to be here. Now they're moving it over here, so this is remaining. And so they're saying that they're going to have to continue the same wall. But I'm saying, well, just
Well, you
leave it
can
the way
keep
it
it,
is, and then
right.
just put planting in front of it.
Yeah, we're okay with that. I
We
think
can
that's
consider that.
fine.
We can
Yeah, you
consider
can do that.
Yeah, because you
certainly.
can modify it as much as possible.
okay.
Yeah,
As far as the,
that's a good
We
idea.
It would
consider
look
that.
nice, yeah.
Yeah.
I think- If you can keep it.
Really quick, back to the path on the west side. There actually is a path. It exists there. It is a walkway. But I don't think it would accomplish what you're really trying to accomplish, because when you get back there, there's no front entrance. There's no entrance to the units. You'd have to go between the common space, through the gate, back around to the middle. So it already exists as a walk space. It's not, I understand the suggestion, but I'm not sure it would
Okay, well,
completely accomplish it.
so bottom line is that it's designed already like that to walk.
Yes, as a
Then we
secondary.
cannot approve, no, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. That's
Uh-oh.
okay.
I better sit
So
down.
it's, no, in inherent design, yeah, I understand. I mean, it's something that is already designed that way, so it's going to be, okay, anyway, that was a suggestion. So perhaps you can, by studying, you can perhaps find an alternative to that, so that's not a bad. And then another comment that I want to add with, if, with your permission, I want to add that comment as far as ADA is concerned. If it significantly will impact the design of the building, we like to see it.
That's automatic. If the building is different, we will have to bring it back.
Okay, all right. Okay. That's fine.
So would Board Member Simonian, would Board Member Simonian like to modify the condition regarding the stone wall and change it to maintain the existing stone wall as feasible instead of extending it? And, okay.
Yeah, as feasible is fine.
And with respect to the pedestrian path, if it's already there, would you like to eliminate that condition?
Yeah. Well, I think what we're saying is consider a more direct path of travel. for
In
the
other words, we're
pedestrian.
going on the record that we have said that, we had
Okay.
the concern. They're not most probably going to do it because it's going to be kind of more impact
Okay.
on everything.
So that condition can remain.
Yeah.
So is there a second motion?
I second.
Okay.
May I, just for the sake of finishing this out, there were a couple of other issues that have been raised, and I just want to make sure that you don't feel strongly enough about them to include them as conditions. You had something about horizontal trim being, the color of the horizontal trim, separating it, and also you did express some concern about columns having a base.
I think the columns with the base is a good concern. They certainly could use a base to them. So that's a good point from staff, is to integrate another condition on there is all columns
base.
that have a base to them.
Okay.
And the trim could be another, not a condition, but
Are you talking about the corner trims and all?
the
Because I see it the same color. I
the
didn't
horizontal
necessarily...
trim.
Well, you mean the plantons that they have there, they've introduced?
The trim between the
Which
first
trim
and
is-
second story?
Really?
This trim.
Yeah, it's like a corner, it's a planton there.
I don't feel that strongly about it.
I think if
Well, you're right, once it goes to the same material, I mean...
yeah, I think if it's the same material, I think it's much
Right.
nicer to...
Right. Then there might not even be a need for it.
Right. Yeah, I think
There
it's
was-
easier.
I'm sorry, there was one additional concern about the colors being too close to each other.
Well, if it's one material, it's going to be one color.
So that's okay.
But Board Member Zoravins was talking about the trims being a bit darker color, perhaps white or a darker color compared to the siding.
Well, they already have that anyway.
Well, they have
so
that there.
This one, any of these versus that one, so...
So those colors are
I think we're
acceptable.
okay.
Those are all okay. The thing is that when you're talking about the trim, we're talking about the fascia board and stuff.
Right.
When we have the fascia board, it's already depicted there.
Okay. So
Okay.
roll call?
It's done? You're satisfied with the comments there?
Yes.
Okay, the conditions are there. There's a, do we have a second? Did he second it already? Okay, roll call, please.
Board Member Simonian?
Yes.
Board Member Yu?
Yes.
And Chairman Zorabian?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay. All right. So next case. All right. Next case is 1 PDR 2007-107A, 2636 Manhattan Avenue.
Where is that coming from?
The front door.
Oh, the door. That's fine.
Is it one?
I'm okay with it.
Okay.
Let him have a little...
Okay, are we ready for...
Yes. Mr. Chair and Design Review Board members, this next case is for 2636 Manhattan Avenue. The proposal is the demolition of an existing single-family unit and the construction of two detached units, two-story detached units on the site. The plans are behind you. The two units are identical, basically, in elevation and in floor plan. And with respect to the site, there are two existing oak trees, one on the property, one on the neighboring property, that are proposed to remain. And there's a pine tree on the other side that's proposed, existing mature pine tree that's proposed to remain. This particular site has frontages on two streets, and the characteristic feature of the neighborhood that it's made up of mostly smaller single-family houses. The property next door to this property is developed with a multifamily, with a 2 or 3 unit building that has a significantly different appearance than what's being proposed. Staff has reviewed the proposal with respect to the preservation of the oak trees, and based on staff's assessment, these oak trees can be preserved with the standard oak tree preservation conditions that are attached typically to a building permit. So no additional mitigation measures are required. Staff's comments with respect to the proposed building or the site. The proposed building is described as contemporary by the project architect. Staff's comments are the following. The neighboring buildings vary in architectural style, and the proposed style appears to be compatible. The neighboring buildings vary in massing. Staff's assessment is that the proposed buildings, being as two buildings versus two units in one larger building, reduces the visual mass. And this is a feature that is compatible in the neighborhood. The proposed use of several quality exterior finish materials, such as the use of copper roofing, wood-framed windows and doors, would enhance the visual appearance of the building. The two existing mature trees are proposed to remain, as I've mentioned. These add to the character of the site, as well as maintains the continuity of the mature trees in the streets. And the last item is that the common open space is located between the two buildings, where it's ideally located, I think, with respect to this project. I would like to wrap up my presentation unless there are questions from the board. The project architect is in the audience for questions.
Do you have any questions, Mr. Simonian, from staff?
Not from staff. Thank you.
Any questions from staff? Okay, we have a single card here. Okay. Please state your name and address.
My name is Karen Kodikian. For the record, my address is 221 East Glenox Boulevard, Suite 230, Glendale, 91207. I don't know what else to add to what Chris just said.
Okay.
The only thing that I would mention about the site itself, aside from being a through lot, it has great differential, as all the sites in that area have. Between Piedmont and Manhattan, there is a great differential of about 6 to 7 feet. Thus, we had to generate two separate paths for each individual building. And the other thing about the particular design, it's a single design. It's a one unit, which the other side, the other street elevation mirrors and flips.
Yeah.
And in order to maintain uniformity or continuity, some of the finish elements are the same, and in order to create separate identities, some of these elements flip-flopped. So that's about it,
Okay, all right. Anything else to add? Or
Well,
that's it?
if you have questions, I'm more than willing.
Do you have any questions from the architect?
I do. You've indicated in the pictures that the metal roof to be kind of a copperish color?
Yes, that's...
Is that the intent?
That's what the client wishes to do, yes.
And it's going to patina, basically,
Yes.
right? I mean, it's a natural color, it's going to patina.
That's right.
It's going to go green.
And this material, on the Manhattan unit, what is this material?
Those would be the stock, Magic Marker didn't pick it up. It's stucco.
It's stucco.
Yeah. The rest of the building is stucco, only the highlighting elements are stone veneer, and those veneers will alternate in pattern as well as in color.
And this stone veneer, do you have a sample of it?
There was a sample. There should be a sample.
There's one. What's the relative size of those?
Well, the size would be like a Norman brick. One would be Norman brick, which is kind of elongated, very horizontal, and the other one would be more rectilinear pattern.
Because on the
On
the Manhattan side, this looks like a kind of a 3-inch by 10-inch.
No, longer, much longer. 2 by 12, 14.
Something like that.
But the size, it's the concept. The size is up to, when they cut it.
Sure. Well, it's a stone veneer, so
Right.
it's
Yeah, they
standard
can cut
sizes.
it. Yes.
And what you're showing in your material palette is more of a natural rock slab.
Like a slate, like a slate
yeah.
thing,
It's a
but it will be
multicolor slate.
pre-cut, cut to that specific size.
They're going to cut
Yes,
each one, so it's not a
exactly.
pre-manufactured one.
No,
We're
it's
talking
not.
about the
No.
organic slate to be cut to the size.
Exactly.
And it's not going to chip? They will be able to cut it, or?
Well, that's the intent of the client. you
Well,
know.
it's
He's in
good.
construction business.
It looks good, it's just that, wow, okay.
I wish you could see a sample of the
Right.
actual pattern, because there it's just, it almost looks like
So
a soldier
predominant.
pattern, yeah, of a brick or something.
I mean, there's just so many stone veneers that are available on the market
I
that
know.
come like
Yes,
that, as
Coronado,
you well know.
Yes, I know.
And so to take a natural slate, which doesn't cut all that straight because it
I agree.
could
It flakes and
it flakes, and to cut it, and then for us to approve a project on the final stages over here, for it to be the main material on the elevation, I think requires some sort of a sample. But nonetheless, that was one question I had, and the second was,
Any particular reason as to just this change in material all of a sudden between the stone veneer and the stucco?
I like that design element there. I like the way it breaks. I just felt that if I take the stone all the way to the top, it just didn't work with me.
How come you didn't take that same language to the other parts?
It's the other, the other elevation does the same thing, it's just a different color. It's the same unit.
You're talking about this elevation?
Yeah, for example, there, why wasn't the same treatment or the same language continued onto there?
Well, as I said, that's the way I felt.
Are these basically stucco just painted different color?
Yes, because it's a further away, yeah.
And they're smooth stucco?
Yes. Sheen applied.
Yeah. And your metal roofing, is this going to be kind of a standing seam?
Yes.
Or very tiny kind of standing
Yes,
seams, right?
yeah.
It's not going to be one of those commercial caps and everything?
No,
Just the
not
tiny
like a
ones.
batten joint, no.
Right. Okay. Any other questions?
No other.
Any questions, Mr. Yu? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, so this was the only card. Is there anyone here for this project wants to speak? No? All right, so we close the public session. Mr. Yu, you want to go first?
Sure. I like the materials that you brought up. I have some reservation about what the patterning of the stone is going to be, since it is such a big part of the project. I'm also not crazy about the way the stucco and the stone is sort of articulated and broken up in the face, and how it doesn't have the consistency around the building. It seems a little gimmicky to me. See, I mean, besides that, the massing of it, I'm okay with. You've broken it up. It's a pretty standard roof elevation. I wish there was a little more consistency around the building with that detail. But everything else looks okay. I mean,
That's it?
I'm done. Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Simoni.
I'm drawn to your design. I am, and I think it's just the playing the colors and the overall feel of the coloring itself, and that hand drawn perspective at the corner is done nicely, and I think the overall layout of this duplex is thought out. You have a unique site that goes from block to block, so you've really utilized it to its maximum, where you have an entrance from Manhattan and an entrance from Piedmont. And so the site planning, I think, is done nicely, so there's no issues there. As far as the metal roof is concerned, I think that's a good addition to the neighborhood, and I think it's a material that frankly should be used more often. It's an expensive way to do it, but you do it once and you don't worry about it for many, many years. And so you have the copper material that's going to patina well, and so that's a positive as well.
And so although I'm drawn to the elevations because of the colors, I think ultimately it's not going to be built like this because the color samples that are portrayed to us aren't all different colors. It seems as though you have one color for stucco and one type of stone, but then really the fireplaces are all different colors and so forth. And I think if we are going to go down the color route, I think this elevation, as Mr. Wu was pointing out as well, is more comfortable and I think more successful than this elevation, the street elevation, where we have this heavy material, such as stone, that all of a sudden ends up top and turns into stucco, which really should be the other way around. Typically, stone is at the bottom because stone is more of a stronger material used as a foundation piece, and that's why they place it at the bottom, where if you have stone going all the way to the top and all of a sudden it stops and turns into stucco, someone could tell it's a veneer and it's fake. And so that's typically why it's not a good idea to do that. So I'm not as excited about that front elevation on Piedmont and likewise on Manhattan. But besides that, I think it's nicely done and it's exciting. And so my recommendation would be a very minor one, would be to perhaps keep this as a stone veneer piece and have this turn into a stucco, perhaps, where it starts having more of this kind of a feel to it. And that's the only suggestion I might make. And so I'm not quite sure how to do it as a condition. And so if I were to make a condition, I think I would just say I support the project if perhaps this is all stone and this is all stucco, and vice versa as well. And I think that would have a lot of nice attributes to it. So those are my comments.
Okay. I like the building. I think I concur with my colleagues. I think they like the building. There's something about the building. When they look at it, it's different. It's a very refreshing design. I think the architect has done a very nice job.
Very nice job.
A very nice job. I think it's a beautiful building. The comments, they're valid comments, and I think they could be handled in a detailed fashion.
With a minor condition.
Yeah. My only concern that I have is that such a nice building, but at the same time, we see there's not much of a glass area, enough glass area for like the living space or something. They're all smaller windows. And in contemporary buildings, that happens. Whenever we want to show a kind of a wall, depicting the wall, we don't want to overwhelm it with all glass and everything, or it's got to be all glass, or it's going to be all mass, and you got punch windows there. So I know it's the inherent feature of the design itself. I like the building. I think this building is worthy of approval to me. But I think those concerns that you guys have, it's valid. To me, such a building that we have here, there's a very important issue in this kind of buildings where we have introduced few materials, and it's a contemporary or modern building, is we have to be careful when the material turns to turn. So each material that comes and turns, if you will, needs to receive some other wall there. So there's a continuity of materials that goes all around the building, and it's very obvious. I mean, every architect knows that. Like when you're looking at this thing, there's this wall which is a stone wall, and then suddenly when you're turning, you cannot have another material. So I think he's done well, because when you're looking at it, it shows that. In other words, you have this, when it returns, it's the same material. It comes to a definite point and it finishes, and another material begins. You see, which is nice. I think it's very successful. It's very nice. I think the site is very nice. The building is very sweet. It's very nice. I still tend to agree with you as on one point that is very important, that when your two materials are coming together, and if they're not careful how to finish that edge, you're going to get a kind of a slate coming on a plaster, and it's going to be readily shown that it's kind of a fake kind of veneer. So that detail there, I think he owes us that detail. He's got to come up with a detail how it's going to finish when you got two materials coming together. I don't necessarily disagree that if he brings and introduces two materials here, not necessarily with this pattern, maybe different pattern, but I think if you go with stucco, it all becomes all stucco. See, when you're looking at it, this thing becomes really heavier to me again when it's all stucco. So he needs some material here, but I don't know what is the extent of it. You see what I mean? Perhaps here he could have had a glass material. Maybe he would have had a punch window or something here, or which would depict a skylight or something necessarily that brings light into the.
A window would work great.
Yeah, I think window will do the.
I agree.
I think window will
And
do
it's
much
an easier
better.
condition to put
Yeah.
together because it's straightforward.
Yeah, I think the window needs to be added there. And the material, like you guys are saying, we need to see the material and also a detail of those two materials when they come together. Perhaps he can introduce a kind of a thinner and thicker wall together, if you will, when they come together. I think those are my concerns. I still think that it would have been good if you have more glass and openable windows for the living space, but again, that's what he's chosen to do it, and overall, it has a very good feeling. And a project like this, I mean, this is what the difference is. When an architect designs a project, you can see that it's done by an architect.
Right.
You see that everything is there. I mean, it's not like haphazardly he's done a stone here. When he returns, you have no idea what happens to that stone when it returns. So everything is thought of. I really like it. So I agree with you guys.
I think staff had a comment as well.
Staff has a comment? Yes.
If you wanted to condition those items, we can work with the applicant, and if you're comfortable with it not coming back to you, I think we're
Yes.
confident that we understand turning the corner, change of materials. We understand all that.
Okay.
We can work with the applicant.
So is there a motion on the table?
I'll make a motion to approve with the conditions.
Okay. And conditions would be those comments that we came up with?
Right.
Which is, the main one that I got is breaking up the stucco and the stone areas on the front facades of each unit.
Detail the junction of stucco and stone. Okay.
On the front facades only?
No,
Because
no,
on the other
everywhere,
side?
everywhere.
Okay.
We want to know how it finishes. I mean, he can just sketch it. Just sketch it. You don't have to do it,
Right.
okay?
That's one condition?
Second condition is to introduce a window
Yes.
above the garage door,
Yes.
somewhere here. And he can
Instead of
design
the
it.
stucco.
Instead of the stucco.
And that same could occur where that number 5 is on that entrance piece.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to, I trust him, he can look at it design-wise to see what will fit better. But I think it's irregular window or something there will work much better.
Okay.
And then that was the second, and then the third, what did he say? He said something else too. Oh, the materials. We want to see well, when we say we want to see, I think
Staff should.
for approval, before its approval, staff can review the materials as far as color consistency and the viability of the materials. Is that okay?
Yeah. Yeah, because what's portrayed in the drawings and the elevations is more of a rectilinear 2-inch by 10-inch kind of a pattern. So,
Which they might be able to do it. It's just that we want to verify that. So is that okay? So for you? Okay.
So review the finished materials?
Staff will review the finished materials because we don't have the finished materials, we only have pictures for it.
Yeah, all these items are subject to staff's approval.
Yes.
Right.
But we want to see a physical.
We want to see?
Oh, no, they want to see the
Yes, physical
material
Okay?
in the pattern that they're proposing.
Anyway, we want to congratulate the architect. I think we're very happy with the building. I think it's beautiful. Okay, so there's a motion, and we have a second?
second.
Okay, let's roll call.
Okay, roll call. Mr. Simonian?
Yes.
Mr. Yu?
Yes.
Mr. Abians?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Now, are we moving on to the Ivy project or the Geneva project? Ivy.
Well, Ivy project. All right, so the next case before us, it's 1 PDR 2007-104B, 426 Ivy Street.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the board. The next item before you is Design Review 2007 104B. It's a second time final review of a proposal to construct a 4 units. apartment building with semi-subterranean garage. The existing single-family residence located on the site will be demolished as a result of the project. Project is located at 426 Ivy Street in the R1250 zone. Let me go over with you what's on the board. These are the new plans, old plans, and then the elevations really haven't changed. So the site plan is here, Ivy Street is here, the street is here, and then the 4 units go back. And then I put down the parking plan as well. One of the comments that they had was, one of the changes that the applicant has done is installed a little elevator here, a little lift. And so
At the bottom portion?
yeah, I didn't put the second floor on because there really weren't changes.
But he's put a lift.
Over
On this
corner over here.
right there.
Yeah, but that's not acceptable for the city of Glendale, the lifts. The elevator, you're asking for elevator. Lifts are not. So
I don't know whether the applicant
Right,
has
okay.
has pursued that with building and safety.
Okay.
The project was last heard on the 25th of October of last year. The board had 4 comments. The first comment, provide a site layout showing handicap ramp. The applicant is proposing to install a vertical platform lift to replace the required handicap ramp. This is located on the east side of the site, adjacent to the stairs leading to the elevator entrance platform. The second comment was sink the planters at the rear of the site. This area. The portion of the planters within the common area, or the common open space at the southwest corner of the site, are sunk in the ground, so it's all one level now. The third comment was provide samples of window door frames and the railings. Those are provided in the packet of materials that I left on your desks. The railings are wrought iron painted burgundy, and that's shown on there. And then the window door frames are a wood-clad fiberglass. And there's a sample also in there.
The windows are wood-clad fiberglass?
Correct.
Which one is it? Is it this one?
Oh, it's here.
Right.
Yeah, paintable. Nice.
Okay, and then the final comment you had was reconsider the design of the common area and consider eliminating the doors within this area. And that condition was in this, had to do with the east side. The locations of the common open space and the doors opening onto them remain unchanged from the previous submittal. However, the benches which were facing toward the windows in the units have been relocated to face each other. So now, instead of facing toward the kitchen windows, they're facing the inside of the open space. Changes were also made to the previously proposed layout of the common open space on the southwest corner of the site. Those were your 4 comments, conditions. That concludes my presentation. Do you have any questions?
Yes, do we have a landscape plan?
We do. I didn't put it up. I can put it up.
That's not their project, right, in the bottom of it?
No.
I'm just concerned about the common area landscaping. I want to know.
We
I
can put up the
understand
plans.
Yeah,
Yeah,
okay.
I'll put up the plans.
All
Okay.
Okay, do you have any questions from staff?
I do not.
How about you? No. All right. Okay, so we have a few cards here. The applicant and the architect, okay. All right, so Mary Kuhlman?
That's for the next project.
Oh, Geneva. Sorry, I apologize. All right, Gary Akopian. Yes, please. Please state your name and address for the record.
Good evening. honorable members of board, and I'd like to congratulate
Thank you.
Chair. I see new faces. Welcome.
Thank you.
My name is Gary Akopian. I'm one of designers of the project with Liz Heron. My address is 635 West Colorado, Unit 121, Glendale, 91204. Basically, I have one question. Actually, always questions coming from that counter to here, but I have a question back. Do you like the timing of a new time of our meetings? It's too late.
If we didn't,
exhausting.
if we didn't like it, we wouldn't be here.
Well,
no, it's.
I believe it's kind of exhausting, and we could watch TV at this time, be it with family, and maybe see Obama next speech. I mean, but anyway, we had some technical issues here as far as the project itself. I believe you've been happy with the previous meeting. And then I want to address those technical issues, and I have a big urge to go to the board and show.
Come on up. Yeah, that's okay. Come on.
Yeah, what happened to the pointers quickly?
Oh,
quicker.
Well, 5 pointers, though. Oh, there it is. Oh, thank you. Okay, go one by one. Handicap ramp. Now, I know that I've seen a few places we exercise that in other projects, but also we have a few samples from Glendale areas where they would put the lifts, handicap lift. It's outdoor, and it's replacing and in addition of that, also we have a elevator coming from downstairs, so we kind of backing up both elements for the handicap, ADA. And I have a cut sheets for the lift that we use, and the sizes are handicap accessible, so we're doing this by mechanical way. I mean, we're resolving it. The second one is about planters. So we did our homework. We sink those planters in, and it's a surface on this side and on other side. We have two pieces of common open spaces, as you remember, and also you could feel the difference here and here. We kind of turn around the benches, we don't want to face them towards the units, but we want to face them towards to the yard. I would kind of please the idea of having more comfortable yard without any impact.
I have a question. In reference to the sunken planters,
right.
Last time there were some questions specifically to the clearance of your garage. So in other words, the clearance inside the garage area.
Yeah, we don't have any issues because we don't have. It's empty here, so we could easily plant, and also we could put even trees there because it's leveled with the.
So the planter portion of that open yard is specifically this portion.
Exactly.
Got it. And
the same story. As you noticed, we moved the trash enclosure towards the front.
Yes.
To maintain that planting.
And so then when we're looking at the common open space of this project, the planters, just this planter and this planter
right.
are the same level as the walkway.
Exactly.
What about these planters?
Those are not, they are not part of a common open space. So they could be box.
They are not part of the, so where exactly is the common open space?
This much, this much.
That's the, okay, that's the old one and this is the new one?
No, they're both.
No, absolutely not. Vice versa. This is the old one, this is the new one.
Okay, so let's just concentrate on the new one.
Yeah, so we have here,
Uh-huh.
we have here.
I see. And your dimension here is?
Oh, well, it's zigzagging, actually. It's zigzagging, but we maintain that minimum 10 feet for the common open space. And at the same time, we're having a total amount of common, even more, little more than required. And also, the idea of this common space kind of alternate of making more cozy and have a alternative way to utilize common open space. You could barbecue here for the neighbors, and it's kind of away from the traffic. And well, using for many purposes for all of them. And also we have common open space, which is common in idea that we have access to there, and the kids could go and play there, bike there, and be controllable. I mean, everyone could see them. And I actually have on a third item, I have
Are we keeping time?
Yes.
5 minutes, right? So we are allowed 5 minutes. So
and I also have all samples of windows. There's colored, the fiberglass. You could color any colors. And we picked the colors already.
Okay.
Basically it.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay. All right, so next speaker is Liz Heron. Please state your name and address for the record.
Good evening. My name is Liz Heron. I live at 935 West Avenue 37 in Los Angeles. And my colleague, Mr. Kopian, has just spoken. And I mostly just wanted to be available if you had any questions regarding the design elements of the project. That was my main input.
Can I ask a few questions from you? They're technical questions.
Okay.
As far as ADA concerned, we were really concerned last time.
Mm-hmm.
Because we saw that, if you need to provide a ramp there, it requires a lot of, changing and modifications to the plan the way you had it before.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you have spoken already. Our understanding now should be that you have already made a contact with the building and safety, and they're okay with the lift?
Yes.
Okay.
My understanding, yes.
All right. Because, all right. I don't know, maybe this is a special case, but generally speaking, the lifts are not allowed because they're not OSHA approved. So generally, you have to go with an elevator, but you do have an elevator. See, the thing is that because you do have an elevator already, you have an access from garage,
Yes.
it would have been much simpler to eliminate the lift and use that elevator for both purposes. And I don't know why you are not doing that. I didn't want to be very specific last time and tell you what to do. But you can actually look into it. You can use that as an enclosure. You come in, you don't need that extra room underneath. So you can do that. It's not that you're not going to be able to do that. So the elevator can actually access, you can have 3 stops there. You can go to the deck, you can come access the sidewalk, and then the garage too. So anyway, you got to look into that. That's what I'm saying, because I know you're going to get to that hurdle.
Okay. That sounds like a good solution, yes.
Anyway, so, it's something that is solvable, but you need to look into that. I didn't want to specifically tell you about it.
Okay.
In open areas, I don't see, I appreciate the fact that last time when we say we don't want to have raised planters because the open areas are so small, you've done that. But the point is that as far as landscape is concerned, you haven't changed anything there. There's no tree there, there's no canopy tree there. On the side, yard over here, your landscaping is the same as old one, is not corrected. So that needs to be corrected. You see what I'm saying?
Actually, let me step in here for a second. Apparently, the applicants did provide a
Oh, they
revised
did?
landscape plan. We don't,
Oh, you don't?
we don't have it.
Okay.
And I'm not the one that initially presented the
I
case,
see.
so, unfortunately, there was no, this was the last, these were the last plans.
Okay.
I didn't see anything
Okay.
that was newer.
All right, that's fine. So we can make a condition as far as that's concerned, because I don't see canopy trees there. Last time, I also mentioned this thing, maybe not in the comments, but you have some trees on this side, but there's virtually no trees on the other side. However, you don't have no trees on the west side. So that would be, these are minor items there. So, no, that's okay.
Let's see to him.
That's okay, that's okay. That's fine.
We could just make it a condition.
Yeah, she's doing
That's
fine.
all right, yeah.
She's doing fine, don't worry about it.
Okay.
Okay, so that was my comments as far as those are, because I wanted to be clarified there. And so you guys have any questions from the architect?
All my questions
No?
answered.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so that was the last card, so public session is closed. So we start with Mr. Yu, perhaps, this time, huh? Last time you went.
We'll go back and forth.
All right.
First, I would commend the designers. I think you guys did a great job in utilizing the materials and how they're placed onto the facade. And I think the colors are very appropriate and very nice. They mend very well together. Obviously, I wasn't here for the original part of it, but I think that, if they've satisfied the 4 comments from the previous one, and we can rectify some of those other issues, I'd be okay with approving it.
Okay, very good. Mrs. Simonian.
I'll just start off by echoing what I said last time, and that it is a charming design. It really, really is. It's a craftsman, and it's somewhat of a contemporary craftsman, but it has some of the old school designs as far as the beams and so forth. And the river rock with the siding and the stucco is done very well. And I think this is a good example of how siding could be integrated with stucco for it to work well. We had some concerns last time, which were dealt with, and so at this point, I'm comfortable with approving the project. I think it'll be a very nice multifamily addition to the area, and it'll be a good analog for some other craftsmen to come and take a look at. So I could support it.
Very good. And I basically agree with all the comments. I felt very strongly that those patio doors should not open into the common area. The common area does not function as a common area per se, but the building is, especially the east elevation is done so tastefully that it overshadows that, perhaps. Anyway, I like the building. Last time I said the same thing. It's a very charming, as you're saying. I think the charming is the word, correct word. It's nice. I wish that the common area would have been more practical and useful. It is somehow kind of in a borderline, I would say. You provided the benches. We solved that, privacy issue that we saw that he was facing the kitchen where someone else is washing the dishes. He has to look at a depressed person or whoever sitting on the bench doing whatever, who knows what. Anyway, but that was resolved, very simply. But I would recommend that the landscape plan, because I haven't seen it. Just want to make sure that the staff will review the landscape plan.
Sure.
So that it's correctly depicting the changes that they have done, so that everything is documented correctly. And second of all, I definitely think that we should at least ask for a canopy tree in the smaller portion of the common area in the rear, which I don't know if you have provided or not. I don't have it. I just want to make sure a canopy tree there, and perhaps maybe another three trees planted on the west side. So those are the things that I think should be kind of a condition to it. One thing that I'm always concerned, and we didn't get to this point, and we in this discussion, is the existing power poles, their clearances, and all of that. I hope that this power poles and everything is not going to change the design. because normally they have certain requirements there, and I hope you go through the process and we'll be okay. Anyway, I like the building. I think it's nice. It's a good addition. It's going to improve the area. So I echo my colleagues' sentiments and everything. So do we have an...
I move to approve the project with the condition that they provide an updated landscape plan which depicts the trees and the location thereof that Mr. Zorabian's indicated.
Okay. You have a second?
I second.
The three conditions I had was consider using the elevator for the ADA access instead of the proposed lift.
Well, they're going to have to do that anyway, but it's okay. It's just a side comment.
Provide a canopy tree within the smaller common area, and 3 additional trees along the west elevation. And then the final comment was staff to review the updated landscape plan to ensure accuracy with the latest revised plans.
Perfect. Okay, very good. Very good.
Okay, a motion was made to approve the project with conditions. This will be a roll call. Mr. Simonian?
Yes.
Mr. Yu?
Yes.
And Mr. Zorabians?
Yes.
Motion carries 3-0. Thanks.
Okay. Okay, and last case
We made it.
tonight.
Not yet. We haven't gone to...
We almost made it.
We're almost there.
But we didn't do it our way, so.
But we did do it our way.
Okay, anyway, last case before us is Geneva. So it's 1 PDR 2007, 131A, 1151 Geneva Street.
Great. You did half my speech. This is a first-time review of a proposal to construct a 2-story addition to an existing 1,850-square-foot single-family residence. The project is located at 1151 Geneva Street in the R1 District. Let me go over with you what's on the board. You're going to look at these plans here. This is Geneva Street here. The residence is here. And the proposed addition is sketched over here. It's on the rear of the existing house. And there's a little first-story addition that's just adjacent to the entryway. So this is the site plan. The floor plans are here. Again, this is the street, driveway, and house. The new second story is here. Elevations are here. Perspective is here. This is the front elevation of the house. Some materials posted up here, photos, and the survey list. The board down here is the material board. The proposed project will include an approximately 52-square-foot first-story addition, and then a new 840-square-foot second story. The project is located in the Casa Verdugo, which is considered a woodlands neighborhood in the city's single-family neighborhood design guidelines. The dominant feature of these neighborhoods is vegetation, mass and scale, landscape quality, uniformity of streetscape, and architectural significance of the homes is also important to look at. The project received approval of a variance to allow construction of a second story without providing the 5-foot required setback. The existing 3-foot 6-inch setback is maintained. So that is basically right along here. I should note the proposed second story complies with the setback. It's just the existing first story that doesn't. And our code says the whole thing needs to comply. So anyway, they received a variance allowing them to continue that non-conforming setback.
Which setback was that?
It's an interior setback. It's it's the north, right here.
They had to get a variance because they were adding on to it, but they were basically keeping in line with the existing.
Right. The existing house is a single-story house. It's below 20 feet. The existing setback was 3 feet 6 inches. If they had just added on to the first floor, they wouldn't have had a problem. Because they went up from a previous 4-foot setback to a height that requires a 5-foot setback. It requires the whole house to conform. And so the new second story conforms. They didn't want to demolish 1.5 feet of their existing house to build the second story. Staff had 6 comments contained in the staff report. I can go over them. Otherwise, that concludes my presentation.
You want to hear the staff comments or no?
Sure. Okay.
Why don't we just review
Quickly.
it together? Quickly.
All right. First comment, although the proposed second story is at the maximum allowed height, the top floor is located at the rear of the building, and the house remains single-story in the front. Second floor is much pushed back. The second comment, the applicant is proposing to incorporate elements of Spanish style in the building by choosing red terracotta roofing, Spanish style tiles on the front door arch, front steps, and window reveals. However, the proposed sliding windows and bay windows are not traditionally Spanish. Third comment, the mass and scale of the house is in line with the neighboring properties, which consist of 1- and 2-story houses of varying styles. The next comment, the existing garage will be modified to comply with the code. Actually, this is something that I didn't mention yet. The existing garage is here. New garage will be larger in the same location. Fifth comment, the landscaping on the front of the site remains unchanged and includes birds of paradise, ferns, and lawn. The brick planter will be removed. Street front setbacks remain unchanged, and except for the area taken by the proposed enlargement of the garage, no major changes to the landscaping are proposed. Staff suggests replacing the proposed hardscape to the north of the site beyond the existing street front wall with landscaping to make up for some of that lost vegetation. And then finally, the applicant will protect the 2 camphor trees in the city parkway during construction. This was a condition of the variance, so there are 2 trees adjacent to the site in the parkway that they'll be maintaining. Those were the comments. Do you have questions?
Have any questions, staff?
No.
Have any questions from staff?
No.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, I have a single card here from Mary Coleman. Please state your name and address.
Mary Coolman Associates, 5075 Sereno Drive, Temple City, California, 91780. A couple of things here. The windows are going to be wood, which I think it shows on the color board there. It's been a long time since this has been done. The suggesting the proposed hardscape, there's no proposed hardscape. It's existing in that patio. And if you look, it's shaded on all sides. So putting landscaping there would be an absolute waste. Northeast corner. It's shaded totally. Plus, it's already existing as hardscape. And other than that, I have no other comments.
I have a question, and it pertains to the rear elevation. And the decks that you're proposing,
It's actually the second floor deck. I think the first floor deck's existing.
First floor is existing.
I see, so this is existing.
That's correct.
And is this lattice work between these columns?
Yes, and that's existing.
I see, and then, so you're just adding on the second
Right.
floor over here.
Balcony off the bedroom.
And the other minor question I had was there a specific reason for gating off the driveway?
We didn't want to walk down a driveway.
Come again?
We didn't want to walk down a driveway. That's why there's this pedestrian gate.
Did you say gating off the driveway?
Yes, there's a
There's
gate.
two gates.
There's 2 gates. One's an entry gate for pedestrian, and the other one's for automobiles.
Okay, automobile.
And so my question is more as it pertains to the automobiles. Was there a specific reason to put the gate right there in the front for the driveway?
They wanted one. and the wrought iron matches the pedestrian gate.
I have no other questions.
Okay, Mr. Yu, you have a question?
Just a quick clarification. On the site and vicinity map, it shows the second floor deck, but on the floor plan, it seems like it's showing it larger. Which one is more accurate as it exists? On the back side?
The back side, the first deck is larger than the upstairs deck. If that's the question you're asking.
Right, it's from the site and vicinity map drawing to the first floor plan. I'm assuming they should be the same level. Doesn't that seem much smaller than what's shown here?
No.
From this one?
That's a scale, that's a different scale. Oh, you mean
Right, but the
proportionally,
distance of it
proportionally,
is-
we're saying.
It is, I was having the same problem trying to figure out.
Am I off?
Yeah, proportionally, when you're looking at it, you got to have 17 feet.
I don't know, I know that we have the radius we need, so.
Ma'am, excuse me. Yeah, you have to be in front
See
of
how the
it.
radius is here at 25 feet, and then you got all this space here, and then here it comes right up against the...
Yes.
I know we have the distance we need, that much I know. Now, if there's a correction there needed, we'll take care of it.
You're
That's
done?
it, yes.
My question has to do with something else. The existing house, it's not a Spanish house. The style is different.
The style is a little different. They wanted to go to, there are some Spanish elements in it, specifically several arches both inside the house and at the doorway, which is, I don't think I've shown, but anyway, it's there. The doorway is arched, and they wanted a Spanish feel to it, so we're doing, instead of being a hodgepodge of designs or styles.
Well, I mean, the roof is extremely steep for a Spanish house. It's really steep. I mean, it's
It's
like
steep,
almost
it will-
one-to-one slope there.
It's about a 10, but anyway, yes.
And then you have also a bay window that is not Spanish.
Well, we can
style.
take the bay window out. That's not a deal breaker.
And then you're aware of it, that when you're putting your tiles on and everything, you're going to need some structural retrofit and everything, right?
We know that. But we also know better than to do construction drawings until we've talked to you.
Talk to the city, I guess, right?
No, you people.
Okay, all right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, all right, so there's no other cards, so we close the public session. We go to our colleagues. So, Mr. Simonian,
My turn, huh?
enlighten us.
Okay. After visiting the site and taking a look at the building, I think the addition of the second floor and its location is actually the correct location for it. It does a great job of pushing the second-story addition back, and it doesn't add any massing to the house. And in fact, this quaint little home that's presented there stays as is, because most of the addition occurs in the back. And the addition that's occurring in the back is pretty much right in line with roof heights and so forth with the building exactly to its north. And so I don't believe that this second floor addition is adding any mass whatsoever. In fact, I think it's being done in a very eloquent way, and it's being done in such a manner where it's just not creating any negative factors to the home or the surrounding area. I like the fact that you're adding some details to it to make it more of a Spanish style, and I in fact like the use of your color. I think that red color and the details of the trim and so forth, and the details of the rafters coming through being colored is nice. And I like what you've done and your selection of the tile for the front window and so forth. I have have 3 comments, minor comments, for the design itself. And I'll start off with front of the home, and I'll go back. As far as the front of the house is concerned, I think that the street has a lot of openness to it. So there's a lot of driveways and entrances and landscaping and courtyards and so forth on the street, and it would be a wrong move to really put a fence there or a gate there, and it would really create a division in the street. And I kind of sat there and I tried to estimate where it was going to be, because you're just going right off the front of the building, and so you would have a wall on the south side, and then you would have this gate along the street, and so I think that's taking away from the surrounding context. So I'm not sure if I could support a gate there. The bay window along the driveway, I think, is something that is the only thing that I would really comment on as far as removing and doing something different with it. And my last comment, it really pertains to the rear deck on the second floor overlooking the backyard. Since I just looked at it from the street, I was unaware that that deck was existing on the first level. And so there's that lattice work and it's heavy, and I wouldn't quite agree with it, but it's existing, it's there, so we're going to let it go. But as far as the second floor deck is concerned, I think it's just too big, and it actually creates quite a bit of massing on the rear, which doesn't really need to occur because you're bringing the columns up to support it. And I think if you're building the second floor, a simple true Spanish deck with some beams, corbels, that are just extending out, cantilevering out, supporting a small 3-foot deck that doesn't need to have stairs coming all the way down. And if you're going to have a stair, maybe put it on the northwest corner with a spiral stair coming down or something like that. But that's the only comment I have. I think that rear deck is very massive, especially when we're looking at the elevations. It just takes away from it. But overall, the house is it's being remodeled very nicely, nice use of tile. I could tell you're not afraid of color, which is great. So I support the project. I just think it would be maybe a condition to remove that gate if possible, and to do something with that rear deck on the upper floor and this column. And again, it's just, when we're looking at this all kind of works, and then all of a sudden you have this, and it doesn't. And this is existing, and there's a property wall anyways, which covers most of it. No one sees it. But then this, if it just gets smaller with a beam, I think would be successful. Those are my comments.
Okay, Mr. Yu.
Actually, I had similar concerns when I first saw the plans of the massing on that one side of it. And then when I went to the site, you're right, it is the right place to put it. It kind of just balances it with the neighboring house that's next to there, similar height. And so I'm okay with the massing there. I think I would have liked to have seen a little bit more of sort of the characteristic of the front of the house, where you have the roof lines kind of come down and sort of interact with the ground level, and then have these, cut openings that are within that. But I mean, it is in the back, and so I can understand why maybe some of that detail wasn't carried to it. Yeah, that deck I'm not too crazy about. I know that the existing is existing, but I think that even if you take the suggestion of maybe, like Mr. Simone was saying, to maybe have a smaller sort of, patio up there, or maybe even start looking into, maybe use some of the ironwork that you're doing in the front and take some of those elements and put it in the back. I think you'll have a much better feel for it in the back, and so it ties into the front as well, instead of just having these sort of 1x1s with 2x4 or 2x6 railings, and sort of the typical that you have in the back. I think it would add to the project and just kind of put a finishing touch to it. But I'm okay with the small minor things, approving it as is.
I just want to ask a question.
Well, we can't, ma'am. We have to ask you to come for that. We're still, the public session is closed. Okay. You know what my concerns are is that that the designer is saying that the building, because the owner wanted to have Spanish flavor. And this is the same thing. It's a popsicle with a Spanish flavor. You know what I mean? It's not like a real Spanish. In front, when you're seeing it, they're more detailed with the tiles. I can understand around the picture window that they're going to change most probably the tiles and go more of a Spanish kind of looking tiles and everything. That it still works there is because the mass is not there. You have a kind of an existing window that kind of blends into. You can actually replace certain things and make it Spanish. As it starts going to the rear of the project, I think the attention is just lost. And I don't see any corbels. I don't see any differentiation between old and existing as far as the planes are concerned. As an example, right now, this one here is just sitting right on the existing wall, and it just creates this huge, maybe just about a 22 feet of long, tall wall over here, where this could have been articulated in such a way that you have a driveway here, you can have this thing sticking out a little bit with corbels underneath. It would have added to more of the tastefulness of the building itself. I give it to them that if this is the driveway, for instance, you won't be able to see this, but you're going to be able to see this. You know, as it starts turning around, that thing is not Spanish at all. Right. I mean, it's like those wood supports and everything is more of what you see in Western movies or something. Right. I mean, that's the top of it. It's not Spanish. So my problem is that the intention that started nicely here and to kind of work around it, and it came over here and then kind of diminished and it just disappeared in the back. So I understand that like the rear of the building might not be as important as the front, but still, the building is a building, and I believe that they have to have some sort of a relation. It has to have that coherent kind of design elements there. So I don't see it in the rear elevation. I got a lot of problems with the rear elevation. As far as location of the addition of the second floor, I completely agree with you. I think that's the way to do it, and they've done well. And this really helps the project. So I'm not going to worry about or argue that why is it second story, why is it... It doesn't present the master. But when you go there, I think it's the quality and the details and everything starts diminishing. And I don't think it went to that direction. It was not completed, in other words. And I share with you with this, definitely, this is not... First of all, it's not Spanish looking. I mean, you can introduce maybe perhaps elements of kind of a curvature or something that comes down and finishes a rounded kind of corners and bullnosed Spanish, true Spanish, walls over there, rather than having this, and then you put some couple of, pilasters and then a door there. So that's because, especially this you're going to be seeing. This is right in front of the building. You see this first, and then you go and enjoy the inside the courtyard. So I got a problem with this. I love this existing. I think these are existing. The tiles, yeah, it's very Spanish looking. It's beautiful. I like it. In the neighborhood, there are very nice Spanish buildings. When you're looking at it, a couple of them are really good. And I'm afraid that if this is not done tastefully, I mean, someone is going to look at it and say, this is we understand this is a classic Spanish building, but this is not. You know what I mean? I mean, one could actually criticize it as far as that's concerned. And the details around the windows, these are not Spanish details. Definitely the bay window is not. So those are the problems I have. Let alone, I had an issue with the steepness of this roof that is not Spanish. It's more of a going towards Normandy kind of sharp angle. But I can stomach that because if you go with a mission design, sometimes they have this irregularity and different, slopes of the roofs. So what I have the problem with is not the plan, is not the setting, is not that. But the only thing is that somehow I think it started okay here and it came here and kind of left alone the backside. So definitely I have an issue with that.
Could you support a project whereby, we overhang this portion with some nice corbels, get rid of this bay window, get rid of all this as we were talking about, something...
That's what I'm saying. I think we either, if you agree to actually move on the project to be approved, we need to at least put those conditions there. And this lattice work, I understand it's a lattice work that is there is existing. I know people would tend not to touch it because for them it's not important. But I mean, if you want to really use this thing, this could have become a platform for this building. You know what I mean? You had the pilaster here, a pilaster here, a nice Spanish curve over here. It will just start taking away this mass from here. By the time you break this up, your 22 feet or 25 feet blank wall suddenly becomes a nice articulated wall that you're not trying to avoid, you enjoy it. So that's the problem that I'm having with this thing. So if you does, it's done. Here you're going to have a true, plaster columns or something. If it's not plaster, you can go with a heavy timber kind of wood.
Or eliminate it and just have a smaller balcony.
Or
and just
smaller balcony like this.
Overhang it.
And then you can have a
Better.
metal bracket or something underneath.
And fall it on the south side, as
I mean,
you were saying.
so anyway, I think we are going in that realm that we don't want to really design the building for them, but I mean, there are certain things like this which it just bothers me. Otherwise, the intention and location of the addition and everything, I don't have any problem with. Okay. So, with that said, I want to ask my colleagues to see if, what do you think? I mean, is this enough?
Question that she has?
I had a simple question, and that is
Yes,
on
yes,
that
ma'am.
front gate. They really did want that, feeling that they'd have a courtyard at the entry.
Yes.
If the gate did not have the wood on and it was also wrought iron, would that be acceptable? That's my question.
I think you can use wrought iron and you can use wood. It's just, I think it has to do with the design of it, how you introduce it. I think that's what it is. We're not saying don't put a gate there. I think it just tacky the way it is right now because it's not really worked out. It's just something that is saying this is our intention. We want to put it there. You don't even detail the wrought iron portion of it. I mean, we don't know what it is.
Detail a lot of your
Well,
presentations, but
to me,
that's
it's
not the
not.
point. I'm
But
arguing.
it's to me, you can make this thing nicely to fit the Spanish design. I mean, you can have a nice heavy plaster wall that comes down with a half circle and then comes down and slightly, and then it comes into the gate. When it stops at the gate, you have bullnose simple plaster heavy walls with the wrought iron gates. I mean, that could be done. It's just the details of it.
We were trying very hard to not change the front any more than we had to,
You mean front as far as what? The building itself?
building itself.
Well, no, building itself, I think we are sold on the idea of using the same slope roof the way it is, just for the, I think it's the sake of construction issues and so on and so forth that you're going to have. But still, what I'm suggesting is this. Here's what I'm suggesting. I don't think you want to just make a couple of comments and say, let's go.
Just gotta take a look at it with
I
whatever
think we don't have enough information. Let me put it this way. This is the right wording. We don't have enough information on your front gate and your entry door, and what is happening in the rear balcony and railings. So if you were to actually come back to us in a kind of a continued fashion, which could be very done quickly, or it could be we're not satisfied, we're going to say return for redesign. But if you can give us that information, what we are concerned about.
And my comment on the north of the south wall there, we have some code requirements. Now, we managed to, we can pull out 1 foot, I think.
You can pull out.
Yeah, that would make a
We
big
can pull out
difference.
1 foot.
We're always talking about the second
That really screws
floor.
up our framing.
I'm sorry?
That really screws up the framing of the second floor.
Why?
Because the framing should go east-west, and when you've got a foot over here, you've got to pull it back here so you can cantilever.
Well, it's a new second floor you're putting there. Why is it? I don't want to use the word, but why you're saying that?
I'm just saying it.
No, I don't think it's going to be. I mean, it's up to you. That's
fine.
how you're doing it. But I'm just saying that it needs to be articulated. That plain wall there is not just cutting.
Okay.
And the point is that we're not here to judge the existing building. Please understand, it's the ramification of your addition that we are judging. So
No, I
think to me,
understand.
we are should be concerned about the addition in the back than the existing building. The existing building is the way it is.
Okay, let me ask another question in the other direction, since we're discussing the design on it. If we cut it back, for instance, Missions, I mean, I go by the San Gabriel Mission all the time, and that's
Yeah.
got a wall all the way to the top.
Yeah.
They do have very thick walls.
Right.
So the windows are inset.
Yes.
Would that make you happy?
You mean that particular wall?
particular wall that you're not happy with.
And I tell you what, generally, I may have said yes. If you had a wall like this, then I would have said it's different. Since this is very tall, I think you need some sort of an element here to break this up. That's my intention.
Okay.
So it's not only the fenestration. Fenestration, I agree. The more deeper you introduce is much nicer. And actually, I see the windows there, existing windows. You have a bullnose and deeper windows, which is
Yes.
beautiful.
No,
and
that's
I think I would have just
that-
carried out those details.
That is the intention.
But this, believe me, if you look at
Yeah.
one of the houses there in the neighborhood, which has the corbels, and I give you the address, so you can see the corbels there. There are some here, and there's some here. There's some, there was one I was looking at. Anyway, there's one that has nice wood corbels underneath and everything.
No, I know what
Like something like, I don't know. I mean, this is it. See
Right
here?
there.
Okay, so
Number 19.
it's not very difficult. If 18 inches or something, you
And
come
you,
out.
and you basically have your corbels, like number 19, for that second floor, and then it could turn around and actually start supporting your deck, which shouldn't be as deep of a deck, because you're just cantilevering.
Which is nice, actually. You can just turn it around. And then your balcony that we talked about is that you have an option. In other words, we're just making comments because we're not going to be very specific on these issues. I think we need to know how you're dealing with this, so that one comment is that this slim kind of, popsicle-looking thing, this is going to be gone. You can eliminate this and introduce a balcony of a 4 feet or something with a metal bracket underneath, or you can come back and actually do a plaster columns with like a colonnade or something, rather than having...
the lattice and everything.
Yeah, get rid of all of lattice. This lattice could be actually, you're spending some money here. Why don't we just make it nicely and do it? It would be beautiful. If that lattice would be replaced with a plaster or something. Or something to your liking, whatever. These are just some comments and everything.
But I'd like to just be really clear on that front gate.
Okay.
And, I concur with Mr. Zarabians in the design of it. I think the design, if a gate were to occur, it could be done a lot nicer. It's just that this kind of a gate does not exist on that street. And so once you do this, you're fortifying your house, and all of a sudden you have this street with all these sidewalks, front yards, and everything, and then this blank wall, and then this blank wall that pops out, and then this gate. And so I think, I don't really see a need for it.
Oh, okay, so you are actually dead against having...
It's just, when I was at the side...
Let me put it nicely. You prefer not to have the gate there.
I prefer
My
not to...
question then remains the same. They really
Can you actually put the mic?
Yes.
Actually, if you go to the podium,
Yeah, then we can
everyone
discuss
hear
that.
you.
So I guess the applicant is asking, maybe we can let her take the gate and put it over
Can
here.
it be
rather
wrought
than there.
iron? That's my question, because they really do want that gate there.
In that location.
They do want the car gate.
Well, since you made a comment as far as that,
Vehicle
would that satisfy you?
I
In other words, if it matches, basically, because they showed me pictures of gates they had taken from around the neighborhood that are wrought iron and that are very close.
Why don't you bring the information, then we can judge it? I think right now we can make a decision on that.
Yeah.
Why don't you, that's what I'm trying to say, is that these are the information that is not clear for us. These are detailed things that is not included there.
Ms. Wright has a comment as well.
Ms. Wright?
In this case, you've been very specific about your comments, and if it's at all possible, we could put that into a set of conditions and work with the applicant, and it's possible, if it's okay with you, if you're comfortable, that they may not have to come back before you again.
Sure, that's satisfactory
So
to me.
then the only clarity we would need is if Board Member Simonian would be amenable to any gate or is really strongly opposed to the gate.
In my opinion, and I'll be really frank about it, I just don't think a gate belongs there, and I would just post that question to staff as well. Take a look at it, go over there, and if everyone agrees that a gate could work there, and the applicant wants one, and the designer is dead set on one, you guys make the call. But in my opinion, it would be the wrong thing to do, because that wall on the southern side is at least a 5 or 6 foot wall, solid wall that's coming out, and that gate is turning into a 6 to 8 foot gate at the top arc of it, and that just doesn't exist on the block. So I don't think it's a good idea. But if we're not going to see it again and it's in your hands, then I trust that staff will make the right decisions.
Okay, well, we appreciate that. What we've heard is that you'd like for the integrity of the Spanish style and the level of care and detail in the front of the house to carry around to the back of the house, with particular attention to the wall of the addition, that it and a proposal that it pop out with some corbels that perhaps lends itself to detail in the new balcony, and you're asking also for some improvements on the existing ground floor balcony as well. These are all minor changes, and I think that we have a very clear idea of your intent, and we'd be very happy to work together with the applicant until they meet those conditions.
Yeah, that will be fine for me, with me. Is that okay?
That works. Okay.
All right. Thank you. So if you have, thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you.
So if there is a motion, we will entertain.
I'll make a motion to approve with the following conditions that we just went over.
Okay.
I second it.
All right. So roll call, please.
Roll call. Mr. Yu?
Yes.
Mr. Simonian?
Yes.
Mr. Zarabian?
Yes.
Okay, a motion was, I'm sorry, the motion was to approve the project with conditions, and it was just done.
Late hour, that's
Okay.
great. Okay.
I do want to thank the applicants that are here so late. Unfortunately, because I did the project and I knew I was going to be here, the last two projects should have been first or near the first, but now they're the last because I had to be here anyway. So I appreciate you guys staying.
Well, I have one comment to make. We presented this a while ago, and the city lost our plans for 3 months.
Should he be speaking into the podium?
I'm a homeowner, and
Yes, please.
the only reason I came was because Mary was saying that, we had the whole plans given to the city in April, but the plans were lost. And what had happened was, no one had told us, and they said that, well, maybe you guys were not going to do the plans again. And the gentleman who was here, I think Gerwald, helped me then when I came back, and I said, hey, what happened? And he said, well, I can't explain it. So we're set back 5 months. So
And during these 5 months, you did not
we've been
call
doing
and to
this
find out what's
project has
going
been going on for about a year and a half.
So you did not follow up to find out where it is? I mean,
Well, I didn't follow up on it, thinking that, the city was someone was looking at the plans. I didn't realize that, that someone had lost it.
Oh, I see. Because that normally doesn't, the law requires that you will get within 30 days a letter of either incompleteness
Right, well,
or complete.
I didn't follow up, and I didn't know about
Well,
it.
yeah, next time if you don't, that's a procedure. If someone would basically know that, and then if they don't receive that letter, they will know there's something is wrong.
Right.
So they start calling. So anyway,
When
we
I appreciate
apologize.
the
I don't
staff trying to, get it done, and that's the only reason I was concerned about it. Now,
Okay.
as for the gate, we want like you said, 6 feet. It's not going to be 6 feet. And the other homes on that street that have a gate right up to where we have it. So, we'll provide pictures if you need that. That's not a problem.
Okay.
There are gates. I'll provide pictures to
Yeah,
staff.
you're actually not going to see them again.
But
You can work with us.
I'll work with
Yeah.
staff, and then I'll give you the pictures that
Yeah, you
gates
can
on
work
the
with them.
same
Okay.
street.
And as far as your concerns, as far as, plans being lost and everything, I'm sure that staff has noted that, and then...
Yeah, the applicant and
they
I
will-
talking about it on the phone.
That's good. Okay.
This afternoon.
All right. It will be
I
taken care
apologize that
of.
it went to something like that, but I think we need to just finish the loop on that and figure out what happened, because we don't want it to happen to other
Well, I
applicants.
think the applicants are just probably relieved that they got their project approved tonight, and so
Well, I am. Thank
we'll
you.
probably
Right,
leave it at
we
that.
should find out what happened so it doesn't happen again.
Okay, all right. That's
All
fair
right.
enough.
A couple things, couple staff announcements. Next time we meet, we need to go over the rules and procedures of the DRB. They need to be amended since you are now meeting at 5 o'clock tonight, or 5 o'clock in the evenings now. So that was one thing. The second thing is, very important, now that we're having some night meetings, I think we're going to provide you with refreshments usually, depending on the length of the meeting. Do you have preferences for us?
Chateaubriand or...
Longer meetings like this will provide you with sandwiches or something. Shorter meetings, it may just be crackers and cheese. Is that fine? Do you have...
That's fine.
It's okay with us. I mean, we'll
Whatever you think
survive.
is, whatever you think is appropriate, I think
Okay.
is going to
All
work
right.
with us.
We'll bring some
Finally, do we need minutes to approve?
Yeah.
Okay. We do need you to approve the minutes of November 29th.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so-
Is there a motion to
Is
approve
there
the
a
minutes?
motion? Did you review it?
For the minutes?
I might have reviewed
ran
it
through it.
last year. I don't recall doing it this year.
I think it's been a while, that's why we were not sure.
Okay.
Can we possibly approve it next time?
Could it get forwarded to us again,
Or no?
Sure.
Sure.
I didn't realize
Yeah.
it. Okay.
We can
Yeah,
do
let's
it.
forward it again.
Sure.
We
Okay.
apologize, it's been
That's
a while.
okay. I thought they went in your packet, so.
Oh, no, it was not in the packet.
It's on-
It's on the internet,
It was
basically.
probably
Yeah.
emailed a while ago, yeah.
Oh, okay.
They prepared them
Okay.
also.
Yeah,
Thank you.
okay,
All
thank you
right.
very much.
That
Any
is-
announcements, or?
That was it.
I do have one announcement. As you know, the city council has been discussing changes to the design review process, and they've directed staff to prepare an ordinance, and that will have a public hearing at the planning commission on January 16th.
Okay. All
In
right,
case you're interested in following that.
okay, thank you very much.
Thank you for
Okay.
staying so late.
Oh,
We move to adjourn, or,
I move to adjourn.
and who's second? You second? Very good. We are adjourned.
great.